Yes.
I used to live there. Really? I used to live in the Camp Hill office.
Would
Ooh, my popcorn. All right, good evening, everybody. It is 6 o'clock, so the work session for mayor and council for November 6th is called to order. Miss Rainey, roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is the roll call for work session, November 2023. Mayor Butler,
Present.
Councilwoman James.
Present.
Councilman Anton,
Evening, everybody. Hope everybody's doing good.
Councilman Gutierrez,
Present.
Councilwoman Akins Wells,
Here.
Councilman Mears.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Item 1, old business. Council discussion and approval of a resolution to confirming the nomination of the finance director. Background and history. On October 16th, 2023, John Wiggins was named the sole finalist and nominated by the city manager for the position of finance director. Anything you'd like to add?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Butler, in accordance with our municipal charter, we're just seeking confirmation of the appointment of Mr. John Wiggins as the finance director for the city of Forest Park.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
No, Mayor.
Councilman Gutierrez?
No problem.
Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Item 2, council discussion and approval of the purchase of an extrication tool for Quint 1 fire truck in the amount of $38,000, and a request for bids was not required. Background and history. The Forest Park Fire Department needs to purchase extrication tools for the Quint 1 fire truck. The tools are essential and necessary for the rescue of victims in motor vehicle crashes. If approved, the purchase would be from the MES, who is a sole source vendor for the Hearst products and also a GSA contractor. Bids are not required for sole source purchases. The cost of the tools is $38,000 and would be funded using the firefighting equipment budget. The supporting documentation is attached for your review and approval. Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Just to be transparent, this particular line item has already been approved during the budget discussions. It's just formality.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments, Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
No.
Councilman Gutierrez?
No.
Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Item 3, council discussion and approval to purchase 85 rescue jackets in the amount of $20,072.23. Background and history. The Forest Park Fire Department is requesting approval to purchase 85 rescue jackets for its employees. Due to the cost of this purchase, we are seeking approval from council. Attached are 2 quotes for comparison. Emergency Responder Products is about $80 cheaper in cost and is of the same quality and likeness as TNT uniforms. Therefore, our choice of vendor is Emergency Responder Products. The purchase will come out of the uniform and rain gear budget line item with no negative impact for the total, which will not exceed $20,072.23.
Yes, ma'am. Again, just some of the additional items that we discussed during budget discussions, equipment, uniforms, pretty much just formality to conclude and get your final approval here at the council meeting.
Thank you. Pretty straightforward. Councilwoman James?
No question.
Councilman Antoine?
No, thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez? It's not a vote. Do you have any questions or comments?
No.
No.
Councilwoman Wells and Councilman Mears. All right, thank you. Council discussion and approval of an ordinance to establish municipal court as a department of the city. Background and history. The Forest Park Municipal Court has been established by the General Assembly in Article 4 of the city charter. It is proposed that the city establish a new department to provide for the administrative functions of the municipal court. The attached ordinance creates that department, but does not change any of the provisions of the city charter pertaining to the jurisdiction and powers of the municipal court or the municipal judge. Mr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Butler and city council members, as you may know, earlier in this year at a retreat, the collective discussed moving forward with separating municipal court from our police department for obvious reasons, just for transparency and accountability. This item just bring forth that official change to our general code so that municipal court will be identified throughout our code of ordinances as its own department. As you know, we've advertised for the position of administrator of the courts, which will essentially be the court clerk. And so we're just thinking to move forward with ratifying said action within our codes.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
Sounds good.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Item 5, council discussion and approval of an ordinance to update the city's public records ordinance. Background and history. The city's ordinance pertaining to public records was just updated in 2005. The proposed ordinance updates and streamlines the city's public records policy as follows. Designates the city clerk as custodian of the city records as provided by the city charter and as required by state law. Provides for the maintenance and security of city records. Readopts the records retention schedule for local government records as published by the Georgia Secretary of State's Department of Archives and History. And it also reaffirms the requirement that the city clerk in each department of the city complies with the Open Records Act and the Georgia Records Act.
Mayor Butler,
yes, sir.
Mayor Butler, members of the council, again, this is just one of the measures that we're going through to clean up our code book to ensure that it aligns with whatever those statutory practices are. So essentially, we wanted to ensure that our code language with regards to open records is succinct with actual state law and designates the proper process that lies therein. This is just a minor update to the code. And as you can see from the staff report, the last revision to the open records portion of our code was back in 2005. And some of the things that we found were not aligned with state law, as well as some of the fees that were being assessed or that was discussed in the code language didn't adhere to state law.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman James?
No.
Councilman Antoine?
It's good fresh eyes.
Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
Ma'am.
All right, thank you. Item 6, council discussion and approval of a resolution to name members to the beautification committee. Background and history. At the October 2nd, 2023 council meeting, the city council created a beautification committee for the city. The committee shall consist of 6 residents of the city, 1 appointed by each council member from their respective wards and 1 appointed by the mayor. The director of code enforcement shall serve as an ex officio member of the committee. I know it says 3, but I do believe we have 3 more names to add. Okay, so we have my appointee was Ms. Kwan. Councilwoman Wells' appointee was Lois Wright. Councilman Gutierrez appointee is LaShawn Boykin. Councilman Antoine's is Ann Keith. Councilwoman James is Sparkle Adams, and
Councilman Mears
Mhm.
is Mr. Billy Lewis.
All right, thank you. Anything you'd like to add, sir?
No, ma'am, we just need to, as we ratify this action at the regular session, just need to make a notation that we are amending the ordinance as presented in the actual agenda packet to reflect the names that have been provided for all of the council members.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
No questions.
Councilman Antoine? Councilman Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
No.
And Councilman Mears?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Item 7, council discussion and approval of the operational and performance audit. Background and history. In 2021, the city of Forest Park initiated a citywide operational and performance audit. The operational and performance audit was to serve as the catalyst to a long transformative journey that was to provide an overview of the city's current state related to operations, performance, and culture. The report identified numerous recommendations and provided a roadmap that should have been leveraged to assist the city in reaching its goal of operational excellence. Given the cursory review of the recommendations provided, the plan in itself was great information. However, there have been many recommendations that have not been completed. With the city manager's new vision of One Forest Park and the inherent focus on achieving operational excellence, we are seeking approval to move forward with working with Malden and Jenkins to update the recommendations provided. This would include the basic advisory services. Following up on the progress made within each department related to Malden and Jenkins citywide operational and performance audit dated April 2021. Upon completion of the review and update, the executive offices would begin to work on key performance indicators or KPIs that would guide the work ahead. Mr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor and Council, I would like to formally introduce at this time, I ask as she comes to the podium, Ms. Pauline Warrior, the new Senior Management Analyst for the City of Forest Park, as we dive down into what we're asking you for on today. So everyone, Ms. Pauline Warrior, I think she wants to be a council person now. So members of the governing body, both Ms. Pauline and myself, we began reviewing the exhaustive report provided by Malden and Jenkins relative to how do we streamline operations for the City of Forest Park, as well as optimizing citywide the work in which we do so that there are actual benchmarks and KPIs as we move forward with a data-driven government. We believe that it is high time for us to kick off this initiative. And as you've heard me talk about it for the past 3 to 4 months, I just needed another individual in our executive cabinet to help carry out some of the work. So I'll let Ms. Pauline talk a little bit about some of the KPIs that we are looking, or how this process will somewhat flow as we review high level this report and report back.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorary members of the City Council, Mr. City Manager, and esteemed colleagues, and of course, our wonderful constituency of the City of Forest Park. It is my pleasure to be here 1 week and 1 day. And I have had the opportunity to have a cursory review, I'll say that, of the operational audit and the KPIs, or the key performance indicators, they will be many, but they certainly will be achievable. And so I will look forward during the next opportunity that I have to be able to get more into that, into the specifics of that, and to be able to provide a report that hopefully will make sense. But what I would like for you to know, that it is our recommendation that the KPIs provide the right measures so that we are able to perform with excellence, and that they will represent those that are time bound.
And finally, Mayor Butler, the last thing I'll share with the members of the governing body as well as the public, we are, through the Office of Finance, looking at implementing a system called OpenGov. And it's where every aspect of our organization will be transparent to the general public. Not only our finances, where our money is going, what our trend analysis looks like, our forecast is, we'll also be reporting out externally on all of our KPIs citywide. So as we develop these KPIs for the operational side of the house, we'll align those KPIs with the strategic initiatives that are established by this mayor and council.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Warrior. Councilwoman James?
Yes, so the questions that I have, I needed to kind of make sense to me, because we're talking about a baseline cost of 30,000 or less. But I know when we had the audit done in 2021, some of the things that we outlined with our previous city manager is that some of the recommendations that Malden and Jenkins had, that we would go ahead and tackle those. So I would actually know what specifically we haven't tackled yet that we're gonna incur. I think their cost is like 200. I think the lowest is like $200 an hour, or what have you. So I just really need to know, what those costs are gonna be.
Absolutely. So auditors like to put in a cost not to exceed, so that we know in the beginning, going into this process, depending on how deep we dive into this, they're able to say, well, we told you up front that the cost would not exceed X number. And so to your point, Councilwoman James, we know of some of the items that have been completed. However, you're dealing with a large amount of new staff that had no clue, some that the plan even existed. And then subsequent to that, the actions of the executive offices that they had taken to implement said plan. So I can go through some of them and say, well, I believe we've done this work even since my time here. Some of the work, even municipal court, was mentioned in that operational audit. But what we're looking to do is to develop a benchmark with this plan that the city has already expended all of this money to gather this information and build off of that so that the document we present to mayor and council is an up-to-date document. So the amount will not exceed $30,000. And the other side of it, I have a memo that was drafted to the governing body earlier this year based upon a request that spoke out as to an update of said items from previous administration. However, in reviewing that, I just want to have a clear picture from an outside party. This is what was, this is what is not. Because one of the things that I have found is that when you ask specific questions relative to things within that operational audit, depending on who you ask, the answer is different. And so for us, just being able to go back to the core of the foundational mission that was established when this was talked about, it will just allow this administration to build off of it. And we'll never have to revisit it again.
So that, Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
so does that mean, we're gonna be utilizing them to help implement that, or are we still just using the recommendation that they gave us before to build on?
We're looking to re-engage them since they did the work initially, right? It was a different vision, it was a different mission, it was a different day, different employees, and some of the major departments that the operational audit focused on. And so what we're looking to do is leverage them to come back in and update the plan. Everything relative to implementation, when we talk about the key KPIs from this plan, once it's updated through the executive offices and Ms. Pauline, we're going to create KPIs and benchmarks. This is when said work should be done. This is our progress as to when it was done. One of, again, back to municipal court, it spoke of in municipal court the need to separate police functions from those functions of the courts. You know, some of the other things that it talked about was ADP. Well, some of that stuff, we know that it's already ongoing, but we want to be able to use this document, not a plan document from 2 years ago, and that serves as the baseline as we report out externally. So that you, as a governing body, you'll never have to ask us where we are with this plan. You'll be able to see it as we report out on it every month within the city manager's report. And the other thing that I've noticed in governments, sometimes you can pay all of this money for plans and it becomes the F on the shelf approach. We don't want that to happen. We want it to be a living, breathing document similar to our personnel policy so that everyone within the organization knows these were the recommendations to assist us with streamlining operations, finance, accountability, and transparency for this organization as a whole.
So I understand the process. What I'm struggling with is approving the up to 30,000 base. Because I can't remember what we paid for the audit itself.
$90,000.
Okay, so I'm struggling with just approving 30,000 as a base without knowing, you know, specifically what it is we're asking them to correct and to do.
Yes, ma'am. So it's outlined in your agenda packet, the work in which they would engage in. And primarily the easiest way to pinpoint it is that as of right now, we have a document that the city paid $90,000 for. And I can assure you that for a large amount of the items in there, there was no intentionalism behind operationalizing what was in said plan. And I'm saying that carefully because I don't want to denigrate the process of whomever worked on it, because some of it I just don't know. But for me, it's a very good tangible document based upon all of these interviews that were handled, all of the conversations with the governing body, but that document in its core form to this administration today, we don't know where to start because we would have to go back out and do all of that work again. When what we're saying is we have the original auditors that did the work. The only thing we're asking them to do is to come back in and tell us, based upon this plan, this is where you are today. These items have been complete, these items have not. And then from there may be things that we say, based upon what we've seen in these last 180 days, there are other recommendations that we should add to the plan. You know, and the amount is to not exceed $30,000. So if any time, given time, we get to that amount of money, or let's just say it's amount not to exceed $10,000. Well, they'll have to stop the work and we'll have to come back before mayor and council to, in fact, get approval for a larger amount when we're asking for an amount not to exceed, so that we can just get through this work and then report back externally as to where we are. Within the financial department's budget, we plan for professional services. So the money is there to do said plan for an amount not to exceed 30,000. I just don't want to keep that plan sitting on a shelf.
I like that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like that because, you know, just hearing the different steps, accountability, like making sure the workload or the work projects are done in time. So just to help us to like understand better prior to that, right? Like, were we saving money, like doing this before? Like making sure everybody's work was done on time to account. Was it like, were we wasting money like before, or are we doing better now?
So in reviewing the plan and looking at operations, one of the things I've always told professional organizations and governments, if you pay someone to do this type of work, it's incumbent upon you as a leader to follow said steps that they recommended for
So
you
it
to
wasn't
take.
followed before, gotcha.
Some of it was and some
Okay.
of it wasn't. And with this document, and Ms. Pauline can talk about it, it will be our operational Bible moving forward.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And if I might add, one of the items that Mr. Clark and I have spoken about is the assurance that what we would like to have are impact and outcome measures. And those will go right along with those key performance indicators, so that we are able to measure the impact by which the city, you know, is utilizing this funding. So I hope that brings comfort.
Thank you. Councilman Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells
No.
and Councilman Mears.
Ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 8, council discussion and approval requesting to dissolve the management analyst position in the police department. Background and history. The management analyst position was approved as a position that would handle grants for the police department. The city manager has hired a senior management analyst that will handle all grants citywide. Hello.
Good evening, Honorable
evening.
Mayor and members of the council. By the city manager hiring a senior management analyst, that would eliminate the need for the position of a police department specialized grant analyst.
And just for transparency, this was a request of Chief Chris. Like, this is how we can streamline if we had one office that was responsible for, and this position is not just grants. I know that's come up several times. It's not just grants, but just today, Ms. Warrior started getting involved in these various grant associations. We know that there is some interest in procuring externally a grants company, but Chief Chris said that he just didn't feel, well, I'll let Chief Chris.
Yes, and just to add on to that this position has been vacant for over a year and a half. And so putting it all up under one department will be beneficial to all. This person will be like responsible for the grants for the entire organization.
Thank you. Councilwoman James,
No question.
Councilman Antoine,
Sounds good.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. That makes sense. I would just like updates on this, city manager, like what, quarterly maybe, just like what are we doing grants wise? Because we always get those emails about these grants, so kind of it'd be nice to know what's going on with them.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. It will become a part of the city manager's report, us reporting externally as to the grants that we've looked into, as well as the grants that we have applied for.
Councilwoman Wells
No.
and Councilman Mears. All right, thank you both. Council discussion and approval for Perkins Park basketball court remodel. Background and history. Perkins Park will be undergoing several upgrades in several phases. This is an attempt to revamp the surrounding community who resides and play in this park. Within the upgrades of the first phase, the basketball court will be resurfaced along with the replacing of the backboards, poles, and goals. The fencing around the court and the creek will be replaced. The second phase is to be remulch and the playground replace the white piping with pressure-treated timbers and replace the benches. The final phase would be to replace the playground equipment. For the first phase, Public Works is seeking approval of $75,738 for 2 contracts. The first contract for Dash Enterprise Georgia Group to resurface the basketball court for $65,550, and the second contract for Natural Enclosures Fence Company to fence around the court and adjoining creek for a total of $10,188. Good evening, sir.
Evening. For transparency, I'm not sure how the manager wants to handle this, but at the last minute, Dash Enclosures for the basketball court withdraw their offer, and we had no other companies.
So one of the things that we are seeking to do is for amount not to exceed, so that procurement and public works could work on finding a contractor. And we know what that amount of money would be based upon what this bid was. And if we're unable, or if the amount that we receive, because when Public Works bid this out, I think they received 2 bids or something like that. Was it 2 bids, Mr. Jinks?
It was just one, and on the fence, and we reached out to a total of 7 companies and only received 1 bid.
I thought it was 2. Yeah, it was 2. It was 2 companies. And this was the lower of the 2, but we don't just want to settle on the higher bid. We just want to be able to work to procurement. Perhaps we release it another way to see what we get, because this is in line with our mission of renovating all of our parks. And again, this white tubing, we want to remove that citywide, all around the city.
Thank you. Councilman James?
So I just have 2 questions, all in favor of renovating it and making it better. The 2 questions I have, one is this money that's going to be coming out of our individual ward capital overlay funds? And then 2, didn't we just do some resurfacing of the basketball court? And if so, can we find out the money that we paid before, if we can get that company to come back and redo the work?
So I can answer some of that, I believe. The first part of it would be, I think I got, what was it? My apologies, Councilwoman James. The first part of your question?
Wasn't it just?
Is it out of the ward?
Or where are we paying for it from? My apologies, I have. So another item on the agenda tonight is the approval to allocate respectfully $50,000 per ward restricted to improvements in your pocket parks, totaling $350,000. And so we would leverage those capital dollars that we are appropriating for the renovations of the parks. This project, Perkins Park, started 2 months ago, I believe, 2 months ago, before we even started, before we knew that we were going to have that influx through property taxes. As it relates to the actual basketball courts, and me walking that property with both Mr. Jinks and Mr. Watley, I'm sorry, Mr. Watley. The basketball court, if it was resurfaced 2 to 3 years ago, I'm not sure why it's already cracked the way that it has, but the goals are not aligned. The court doesn't look like the right product, perhaps, or something, but it just needs some renovations, especially given the fact that we are about to start talking about the renovations to Star Park. This will become the only basketball court that we have in that general area. Maybe Mr. Jinks can speak to if there was a warranty on those renovations at that basketball court. I'm just not aware.
I'm not aware of any warranty or the actual company. It was done right before I become director. So I'm not exactly sure how it went through procurement. And also the base of the court is beyond repair. So it's going to be basically a full basketball court from ground up.
And the second part of that question may fall under our legal clause here, and so we can address in executive session. Councilman Antoine, questions or comments?
Oh, man.
Councilman Gutierrez?
What's the timeline, Bobby, on fixing that part?
Well, it all depends on how much money y'all give us. We already got fence company lined up to take care of the fence and the timbers, and then, the playground are gonna be the last step of that park. But I've already reached out to some nationwide companies to try to get some local contractors, to contact me.
What's next as far as like, I have a park in my ward. Is there like a order of parks that we're fixing?
So there's not a specific order. So once the approval goes through tonight, Councilman Gutierrez, to your question, we're going to release you to work with Mr. Jinks as well as Mr. Shelby, our capital projects manager, to begin to talk about what renovations do you want to see in your park? How much of a public process do you want to have? What exactly are you looking to be included in your public park so that you are at the forefront of all of those renovations?
Councilwoman-
That's for all of us?
It's going to be for all of you. The only exception, Councilman Anton, would be for Ward 2. We're looking at Bill Lee Park, not Star Park, since it's already in our major renovation list.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes, ma'am. So I can kind of answer some of your questions, Councilwoman James. So as far as the basketball court, when it was done 2 or 3 years ago, I think we all remember the incident with the park and that company not being what's the right word? They shouldn't have been doing it, basically. And a lot of things came out of that. And I think that was when the park was actually in Ward 2. So yeah, the park was not done correctly, and we had a lot of legal things that maybe we will discuss in executive session, but it was just a Band-Aid put on something for someone to make money, since we're being transparent. And so no, it wasn't done properly. They came out there with a coat of paint that was, and just threw it on already broken concrete, I guess. So I don't know when the last time it was that you went out there, but I would suggest that you go out there and take a look. And anybody that wants to go out there and take a look, you will see that that whole entire block of concrete needs to come up and be replaced and not just painted over and a coat of paint throw it on poles. We want our parks in our communities to look just as well as the park in Star Park. So yeah, it needs to be done. And I would also suggest that maybe we break this up in two, since the fencing people have already been selected. I think that's the amount of $10,188, so that they can at least start somewhere, and then we put it back out and try to get people that actually know what they're doing and want to do it to bid on these projects so that we can start them and get them completed.
Thank you. Councilman Mears?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Next one.
Okay, item 11, council discussion and approval for the lighting addition agreement, background and history. Lighting services agreement, project number LP 86983. The city of Forest Park was asked to investigate low lighting issues within the vicinity of Lake Mirror Road and Old Dixie Highway next to the Clorox Company. Georgia Power has just finished installing 13 new lights for the Clorox Company at an additional $810 per month on their bill to try to increase the lighting in their parking areas, entry exit gates, crosswalk, and railroad crossing area. Clorox Company is requesting the city install 4 pole light fixtures along Lake Mirror Road to mitigate the low lighting issues. This cost to the city would be $160 monthly and will come out of the street lighting line item number 100-51-4260-531233. Yes, sir.
Yes, Georgia Power had contacted us, and they did a lot of upgrade, and they're still working on some safety stuff. And this was one of the requests that they brought to us, and we went out there and investigated and got a quote to add 4 lights. That would basically safeten up the area for Clorox and Georgia Power employees walking from the bus stop or from Old Dixie. That area, all in there has no street lights.
And Mayor Butler?
Yes, sir.
The other thing I like to point out for the governing body, the way this request actually came about is that through the Offices of Economic Development, they are doing what we call BRE visits. It's business retention and expansion throughout all of your wards. We're starting with the major companies first, and then we're drilling it down to the small businesses. And so this came about as a part of their request, to help out their business. This came along with several other items relative to the police department. So if the governing body is interested in seeing that comprehensive report that the Office of Economic Development is pushing out for each of these businesses that they visit, I think they're trying to do one per week, I believe, until they get through all of them. I wouldn't mind sharing that information so that you could see, especially if it's in your ward, some of the feedback from the businesses.
Thank you. Councilwoman James?
So yes, I am definitely in favor of more lighting for our constituents. I do have a question though for you, Mr. City Manager, regarding your One Light. I think it's your One Light initiative. One of the discussions that I remember you having, and I know we haven't kind of voted on it or discussed it any further, but that had to do with cost sharing. So I just wanted to know how that would fit into the equation of the 160 monthly costs that we would incur for the for additional lights.
Yes, ma'am. Great question, Councilwoman James. You're absolutely correct. The One Light initiative was to, in fact, transition all of the older HD lights to LED lights, or maybe I'm saying it backwards, for visual representation purposes. So it was more so for our residential corridors, because what was happening is if there was a request from a resident for us to add a street light, the city, since inception, has just done it. And of course, there's no way for us to measure that cost. And what we had talked about was bringing that actual proposal, just based upon the uncertainty of the governing body, perhaps bringing that proposal back to you sometime within the next few months to see if you guys are actually really ready to move forward with legislation that says the city will no longer fund erecting streetlights within these residential and or commercial areas. We can include that. If you want the additional light, a light that is not there, you're responsible for the cost of it. And that's the standard way that most governments do it anyway. But this is more so an economic development related issue. It would take Mr. Bruce or Ms. Rochelle to dive deeper into the need of some of this. And I believe it was correlated to safety concerns on their property. But we could.
So I don't see a difference in and I understand it's an initiative. Great job, Economic Development Department, for that. I understand it's an initiative of ours, but it really is no different than a resident wanting to be safe on their street and a business, wanting their customers to be safe. So if we're going to consider it, we need to consider it holistically. But it may not be the time to do it now because the request is right now, but I'm just saying that I just think that that's something that we probably need to kind of discuss. I mean, even if we don't, we're not expecting them to pay the whole cost, 50%, 25%, whatever the case may be, whatever this board decides. But I do think it's something that we should consider, and not just it be our residents that we would consider doing the cost.
Now, just one point of clarification, and Ms. James, you're absolutely correct. We do have to start it somewhere. So what we'll do from a staff level, we'll represent the policy with regards to the street lighting district. That's what it was, and get some feedback from mayor and council at that time. But I believe this light would be on city property, correct?
Yes, every one of these is going to be on the city right away. In the background history, just let you know that that Clorox has already taken the initiative, increasing their bill by $800 a month. They are adding, 14 lights on their private property for safety, and they were just asking for us to give more safety on the right of way and on the roadway for their employees getting back and forth. Of course, Georgia Power also.
That's good.
Councilman Antoine?
No, thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Wells? And Councilman Mears?
Oh, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay, I did forget an item, so I'm gonna back up to number 9. It's still the same amount of items. Council approval of a resolution to provide leave eligibility after 3 months of employment. Background and history. It is proposed that the city amend the Employee Policy and Procedure Manual to grant employees eligibility to use annual and sick leave after 3 months of employment with the city. Currently, employees are only eligible to utilize annual and sick leave after their 6-month probationary period. Under this change, employees will be able to utilize 3 days of accrued annual leave and 3 days of accrued sick leave after they have successfully been employed for 3 months. The resolution would not change the probationary period, leave accrual rules, or any other aspect of the employee policy and procedure manual. Yes.
Presently, all new employees must wait a long 6 months before they can take any, accrued vacation and sick time. This resolution would allow new employees to utilize 3 days of accrued sick and vacation time after 3 months of employment, but it wouldn't change the probationary period or anything like that.
Thank you. Councilwoman James,
No questions.
Councilman Antoine,
Sounds good.
Councilman Gutierrez,
No, thank you. Thank you for being innovative.
Councilwoman Wells,
No,
and
thank you.
Councilman Mears.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Item 12, council discussion and approval of a secondary internet provider agreement. Background and history. Many of our core sites currently have alternate internet connections as a failover if our primary circuits experience an outage. Unfortunately, the current backup circuits are provided from the same vendor as our primary circuits, thus offering very little redundancy. We are bringing before mayor and council new contracts with an alternate provider that will offer true redundancy as a backup to our primary circuits, providing better uptime for the city. In addition to better reliability, these secondary connections will reduce our monthly operating costs by approximately $2,400 per month. IT is asking mayor and council to approve the attached contract for internet services. For security reasons, the details regarding said specifics of the internet providers have been omitted. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager.
evening.
I just wanted to add a big piece of the IT strategic plan for the city over the past couple of years has been moving to web-based and cloud-based applications, which provides increased accessibility, a whole bunch of extra features that are not currently or were not currently available, and also reduced our on-premise infrastructure we had to maintain. The one pitfall of hosted or cloud-based applications is they require a stable internet connection or you're dead in the water, basically. So what we're asking for is an opportunity to diversify our internet circuits with additional providers, and it will actually reduce our costs from what we have now, and long-term provide better uptime and less for us to maintain as a city. So.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman James,
No questions.
Councilman Antoine,
Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez.
How you doing, Director Cox? Odd fact, he's a Gamecocks fan and his last name is Thomas.
Very true.
No,
Did you, is there like a trial period or like, do we know that this provider is gonna be, efficient, like, or do we have references?
There are only a few key providers in the Metro Atlanta area, so this is one of the big players. I don't really want to broadcast who our service providers are, but it is one of the big players that has a uptime guarantee in the contract too.
Councilwoman Wells
Thank you, Josh.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item 13, council approval of the recommended proposed millage rate, public hearing number 3. Background and history. The city of Forest Park has tentatively adopted a 2023 millage rate, which will require an increase in property tax by 25.23% due to the property values increasing. With all of the growth in values surrounding Forest Park, valuations have increased. Staff is not proposing a millage increase. However, due to the increase in values pursuant to state law, it had to be advertised as a tax increase. The proposed tax increase for a home with a fair market value of $100,000 is approximately $20. The first public hearing was held on October 30th, 2023 at 11 a.m. and there were no persons present to speak. The second public hearing was held on October 30th, 2023 at 5 p.m. and there were no persons present to speak. The final public hearing, according to state law, will be held in conjunction with tonight's meeting. Mr. Wiggins, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Yes, just as like the mayor said, the property, because of the property value increasing throughout Forest Park, we are we had to impose this small increase, so we can stay within the, Georgia state law. And tonight is, this is the final public hearing, so this is the reason why it's been advertised, and this is the last advertising of it.
And the actual public hearing will be held during our regular meeting. Councilwoman James,
No questions.
Councilman Antoine,
No, thank
Councilman Gutierrez.
I know we have that, I don't know what's the name of it, but that thing where if your home is under a certain amount of money, then you don't get
Homestead.
the homestead.
Mhm.
Can we, is this gonna be, can we get a number or update of how many homes are gonna be affected by this?
So with the homestead, the quick answer is yes. Through our Office of Finance, Mr. Wiggins can provide a report indicative of how many houses this would affect.
Yeah.
But the majority of them with a homestead, it wouldn't affect them, I don't believe, because of the valuation of their home.
That's correct. No, it wouldn't. But we can get that, we can get we can get back to you and get a report to you.
Hey, I just recently went to a housing, training and it just showed the increases of just the home values. And it's definitely not aligned with the wages increases. So I just want to be conscious of it. Thank you.
And you know, one of the things that we can do, if it is the will of this governing body, is just an educational class as to how these numbers are derived.
Mhm.
You know, when it speaks to valuation and you hear us saying that even though we're not proposing an increase in the actual millage rate, this valuation that is increasing is in fact a good thing because it means there is growth in your tax digest. You know, some of the options we probably could convey is, well, how do you argue what your value is? Or how do you appeal those numbers so that our residents are just familiar with understanding how they can, in fact, take control of what that valuation looks like on their home.
Councilman Wells
No.
Thank you. And Councilman Mears.
Okay, good.
Okay. Item 14, council discussion and approval of a budget adjustment increase in revenue and park improvements. Background and history, the City of Forest Park fiscal year 23-24 operating budget was unanimously adopted by City Council on June 29th, 2023. Prior to the adoption of the budget, finance staff advised that funding and revenues would continuously be monitored for accuracy and reporting purposes. With aggressive efforts to recover delinquent property taxes, it has been determined that the adopted revenues can be adjusted by $350,000 due to increased revenues collected for outstanding property taxes. This will increase the stated revenue that was amended on September 18th, 2023 by $350,000. It is recommended that the City Council approve a budget amendment to accurately reflect the corrected operating budget amount of $42,336,503 for fiscal year 23 and 24.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
This goes back to what City Manager Clark had said earlier about the $350,000 that you already was aware of that's coming to each ward for the parks. We have it already itemized and everything in your packet to show how much each ward would get toward those parks. And right now, what we're doing is just asking for to basically correct the budget, the revenue budget that we have before you.
And Butler.
Are there people waiting to come in? We have some seats. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. We have some seats up front if you guys want to come in. Okay. I'm sorry, were you done?
Yes, I was.
Okay, Councilwoman James?
I think he was
Oh,
gonna.
yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mayor Butler. The other thing I want to drive home for the governing body is based upon a large amount of what we've seen with the collection of these property taxes has been from absentee property owners, some of which have been slumlords, individuals that moved away and did not care about their homes. So the money that we're requesting that you amend in, we're leveraging those said funds to in fact repair our parks citywide. And the other thing, just for record purposes, so that we're all clear, For Ward 1, that is Scott Boulevard. For Ward 2, it is Bill Lee Park. For Ward 3, it is Theater Park. For Ward 4, there are two parks. There's Second Street and Perkins Park. And for Ward 5, it is Alder Park. In addition to that, that totals $300,000. In addition to that, it's $50,000 for Mayor Butler's housing initiative. So that when we approve it and you hear the parks, you know which ones it was for. So that if there is any changes that you guys would like us to make relative to the parks, let us know, because those are the parks that our Public Works Department has identified. Again, there are two of the respective wards that have two parks. That's Ward 2 and Ward 4. Ward 2, the two parks, one is Star Park, which you'll hear a presentation on later tonight on the renovations there. So we did not include it in this number.
Councilwoman James,
No questions.
Councilman Antoine,
Sounds good.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
No, thank you.
and Councilman Mears.
Well,
All right, thank you. Item 15, council discussion and approval on the second public hearing by mayor and council on the 2023 comprehensive plan update. Background and history. A comprehensive plan is a guide for communities to invest, develop, and allocate services based on a shared vision formed through a public process. It is a long-range plan that looks ahead 5 to 20 years. It assists communities in understanding its needs and desires, as well as its strengths and weaknesses. The comprehensive plan looks across many facets of a city, such as population, land use, housing, economic development, transportation, and other socioeconomic elements. This is the 2023 Comprehensive Plan Update document. Forest Park updated its last comprehensive plan in 2018. Yes, Ms. Irons, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager.
good evening.
Just a brief overview. This is for the draft update of the 2023 comprehensive plan. As you said, it is for 5 years. We will be doing a presentation during the regular session for this plan. And based on the information, this is the second required public hearing through Georgia Department of Community Affairs to remain current.
Councilwoman James.
Thank you. I look forward to the presentation. I will have questions regarding the Star Park Master Plan.
Councilman Antoine,
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells, and Councilman Mears. Council discussion and approval of changes to IGA between the city and the URA. Background and history. It is proposed that the city and the URA enter into an intergovernmental agreement to memorialize the current working relationship between both entities. The attached agreement is substantially the same as previous drafts presented to the city and provides for the following. It allows the URA to utilize city facilities and staff to carry out its functions. It authorizes the Economic Development Director to serve as the Executive Director for the URA. It authorizes the Finance Department to manage the finances of the URA, and it provides for the URA to pay the city an annual amount to reimburse the city for a portion of the staff expense incurred in providing the foregoing work. A new addition to the agreement authorizes the Public Works Department to maintain, repair, and/or install certain URA infrastructure where the cost is estimated to be less than $100,000. The URA will reimburse the city for the cost of such. And Mr. Williams.
Madam Mayor, I think the summary is fairly straightforward. This was the agreement that has been discussed over the past year or more. And we're prepared to recommend its approval and adoption. And if, assuming the council approves it, it will be before the URA for their approval at their next meeting.
Thank you, Councilwoman James.
No questions.
Councilman Antoine,
Thank you.
Councilman Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
No,
and
thank you.
Councilman Mears.
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Item 17, police discussion and approval. The police department requesting a budget amendment to add 2 police officer positions and delete 1 police analyst position. Background and history. The police department is authorized a total of 121 positions. These positions consist of sworn and non-sworn personnel. The request is to delete 1 police analyst position that has been vacant for over a year and to add 2 police officer positions. 1 of the police officer positions will be funded by the POA at Fort Gillem. This restructuring can help ensure that staffing aligns with the department's priorities and enhances its ability to serve and protect the community effectively. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So I'm requesting 2 police officer positions. One of the positions will be funded by the POA. Earlier this fiscal year, I deleted one of the deputy chief's positions, as well as earlier tonight, we requested deletion of the analyst position. And so there is no budget impact outside of the additional police officer, which will also be funded by the POA.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman James,
No questions.
Councilman Antoine,
Sound good.
Councilman Gutierrez.
I got a question, Chief, but not related to this. I would love to see some type, I know that our schools have like, the officers they have at the school, resource officers.
For resource
But
officer.
I'd love to, with all the amount of schools we have here in Forest Park, something to bridge the gap between the schools, our community and our police department, some type of educational program or officer. And if you need our support with like finding some, a position specifically that does that, I think that the council would be in favor of that, especially with, the negative, vision that sometimes our police gets. And, I know that's not the case with our department, but I think under your leadership, and that's something we can do here, I would really be in support of that, and I think the council would as well. And I'm assuming, of course, but it'd be something to get, our schools on board and just connecting everybody. So that's just something to think about. It doesn't have to be like now, but it could be next cycle or next budget. I know you got other priorities, but just being in the school and that presence, I think that, if we can find a way to connect it and us start some type of educational program, we need, like, the reality is we need a lot of male mentorship. Like, I am really struggling with a lot of the boys and that positive male figure, male images in our schools. And yeah, I think we can help, bridge that gap with our department, especially, with all the great officers we have. So.
Absolutely, sir.
Councilwoman Wells
No, thank you, Chief.
and Councilman Mears.
Mayor Butler. If you would, I think this is a great opportunity in response to Councilman Gutierrez's point for Chief Chris to talk about the work that they are actually doing through the schools, through the community related relations police, Officer Sergeant Sparks, and he's also adding to that division.
Excellent.
Yes,
Go ahead.
with some of my vacant positions, I only have 4 left, police officer positions. I do plan on expanding the community affairs unit. Sergeant Sparks, who's a part of the community affairs unit, she stays in our schools quite a bit. I want to say just here last week, she was inside Huey Elementary School reading to the students. And so with me adding additional personnel into the community affairs unit, will be more visible in the schools. My pleasure.
Thank you. Councilwoman James.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight something that I failed to mention before, and that is the POA. I want to give a big shout out to our city manager, Mr. Clark, because the URA did appoint him as the POA representative for our board, and he was largely the person that was responsible for getting the POA to utilize the city to secure their Gillum project. So big shout to Mr. Clark.
Thank you. And the other element of that too, Mayor Butler, if you will indulge, after this position is funded by the POA, the URA will also no longer have any fees to pay to the POA. And that's a total, I believe it's $20,000, $30,000 a year that the URA was paying. And this came as I love to speak about the partnerships that Chief Chris has, but he had a conversation with the POA, because of the uptick in crimes of opportunities out on Fort Gillum.
Councilman Wells.
Yeah, so I didn't have anything at first, but I forgot. So I just wanted to say thank you, Chief, because it kind of goes to what Councilman Gutierrez was saying as far as being out in the community and reaching the kids and things like that. I also think that starts with the men in the community, and not just the police department. But I wanted to salute you because I received a phone call. I wasn't able to make it to the barbershop talk thingy, but I received a call about it, and they spoke so highly of you. And I want to say it was the deputy chief that was there.
Captain.
And like things like that, just people seeing our chief out there in his regular clothes, just being one of them and fellowshipping with them, like that says a lot. That speaks volumes. So I just wanted to put that out there. And a lot of more, I feel like we do need to do a better job at promoting it. And maybe promote it in the schools, because a lot of these kids visit these barbershops and salons, like don't leave us out either. But I just really think it was a great initiative. So I appreciate you for that.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, and thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. All in favor?
Uh,
Opposed? All right, anyone need a break? Because it's
Yes.
7 o'clock. All right.
Got it.
5 minutes.
Only for two.
Okay. right, good evening, everyone. It is 7:05.
Oh, shoot.
It is 7:05 and the regular session for mayor and council for November 6th is called to order. We have tonight's invocation will be done by Dr. Payton. So all those who are able to stand, can you please do so and remain standing throughout the Pledge of Allegiance?
Let us pray. Father, we thank you now for this gathering. We thank you, God, for the purpose with which we have come together. God, while we're praying, we want to just take a moment to thank you for the first responders, how you just continually protect them. Now, God, as we come to this meeting, we pray that you would guide our thoughts and our actions. We invoke your presence here tonight, that everything would be done for your glory. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with
liberty
liberty
and
and
justice
justice
for all.
All right, Ms. Rainey, roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is roll call for the city council regular session, November 6th at 7 p.m. Mayor Butler,
Present.
Councilwoman James,
Present.
Councilman Anton,
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Councilman Gutierrez,
Present.
Councilwoman Akins Wells,
Here.
Councilman Mears.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Clark.
Yes, ma'am, members of the governing body, each and every month we present as prescribed within our charter, the monthly city managers report, which has become one of Councilman Gutierrez's favorite presentations. At our meeting, but since we're only having one meeting this month, as you know, typically at our first meeting of the month, we will highlight all of our new hires, introduce them to mayor and council, and then at our second meeting, we go a different direction. But since we're only having one meeting, there are several employees that we want to introduce to you from the various departments. So as I call your name, if you would, please come forward. And for the respective departments, if I miss someone, please let me know. So first, we'll start with our police department. So we have Ms. Lakeisha Lucas, hired as a senior police officer, October 16, 2023. We have Brian Williams, hired as a senior police officer, October 16, 2023. We also have our communications operator, Ms. Kanika Parrish. I'm hoping I pronounced her name correctly. And then last but certainly not least, another senior police officer, Officer Jamal Hunter. Mayor and council, these are the new hires within our police department for the month of October.
Excellent.
In addition to those individuals, you guys may be seated. In addition to the new employees, and my apologies, I'm missing my cheat sheet. I'll ask Mr. Jenks. I know we have several new members of fire. For our fire department, I'll ask Chief Clements to come up and introduce the new hires.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. We don't have a new hire tonight, but we do have a promotion. I'm excited because we had 6 candidates that went through a rigorous captain's promotional process, and 2 of them fared out fairly well. One is here tonight with his family. Please welcome Captain Brett Boyle. And the other one is Captain John Gaskin. He had a family emergency. Brett Boyle, tell him about that process real quick. Come on.
In addition to that, Mayor and Council, I'm sorry, my apologies.
Thank you, Chief.
He looked at me like, Mr. Clark, not today.
It was a pretty rigorous testing process that she set forth. Had a lot of good questions, and they got a lot of good feedback from all the candidates, and I believe we have a good direction our department's going to go, and I appreciate her leadership. Thank you.
All right, Mayor and Council, in addition to our public safety entities, we also have new hires within our Public Works Department. So first, we have maintenance worker, Mr. Mike Cotton within our Streets Division. I'm not sure if he's here tonight. We also have Miss Janie Walker that is here with us tonight. We're always excited to show the diversity of our Public Works Department. We don't just have men, we have a lot of hardworking, amazing females in that department as well. We also have Ronald Jesse, who was hired on as our new trade specialist. However, he will not be here on tonight. So welcome aboard, Ms. Walker. Mayor and Council, we hired in the Office of Economic Development for our project manager, but we never introduced her officially to the governing body. So we have Ms. Rochelle Dennis, who has been hired and hit the ground running as our projects manager within the Offices of Economic Development. Also for the month of October, this board will confirm his appointment tonight. Our new hire will be Mr. John Wiggins, as you guys have already met him. That concludes the new hires that I think we have with us here on tonight. All right, so we'll jump right into the city manager's report. Mayor and Council, I'm going to give you an abbreviated version, and then we'll just submit this out electronically. So first, for the month of October, this month, we focus largely on finalizing our capital projects. And so on tonight, we are super excited to present to you Star Park renovations, as well as Star Park renovations, the incubator renovations, as well as some other projects. So we want to get Mayor and Council's input before we really dive into that project and release all of those publicly so that our public can have the opportunity to opine as well. I'm extremely excited to announce that through our recovery efforts for just the month of October, our finance department was able to bring in over $450,000 relative to delinquent property taxes. These taxes date back to 1979. This is the first time we can find that a tax sale in this community has ever happened. And for us, as I shared with staff, it is our responsibility to ensure that residents are paying their taxes. And a large part of what we've seen, the individuals that did not pay their taxes in Forest Park, they had rental property here. And if you look at some of the subject property, it was also our properties that had the majority of the issues that code enforcement is having to go after. That tax sale for the first time will be held in the morning at 10 o'clock. In addition to that, we made the final hire for the executive cabinet, Ms. Pauline Warrior, who will be leading our organization as it relates to programming, operationalizing operations, and optimizing our city, as well as focusing on grants from around this community. Ms. Warrior will begin to commence tours with all of our department directors just to get down in the trenches as to the work that the departments are doing and to see where the executive offices can be of assistance to them. In addition to that, Mayor and Council, we had our final interviews for the council aide position this week, and we'll present those candidates to you at the next meeting. Finally, we had several employees that celebrated work anniversaries. I want to highlight within this report 4 employees. The first one being Mr. Michael Morris that works in our Recreation and Leisure Department. Mayor and Council, he has worked with us for a total of 34 years. We have Mr. Jinks, our Public Works Director. Mr. Jinks, if you would please stand. Congratulations on 32 years. Jeffrey Landum within our fire and EMS. I don't think he's here with us tonight. He celebrated 26 years last month. And finally, last but not least, Samuel Batten with our fire administration celebrated 27 years with us. Mayor and Council, this report details a lot of activity around our community, but given the length of our agenda tonight, I will in fact send this proposal out to
I want an animated version of myself. Just you and Cox there is not fair.
But if you have any questions, Mayor and Council, we'll seek through the Office of Public Information to release this report in its entirety on tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh,
I gave you a break today.
okay.
Unless you guys want me to go through the entire
We can
report.
read it. We got a long agenda. Oh, wait. presentations on there.
Ma-
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
yes, ma'am.
I do want to say one thing. We do have a council member that is celebrating 57 years of marriage. Mr. Mears. I thought it was taking
Mears, you ain't did nothing else.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Well, congratulations.
I'm not really that old.
Okay. Item 1. The DEI and B, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Belonging Program presentation. Background and history. The Georgia Municipal Association's Municipal Leader Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Belonging Certificate Program is an embrace program designed to equip municipal leaders with the knowledge, tools, and resources to create a foundation for sustainable and equitable economic prosperity for their cities and residents by creating an environment that values differences, fosters relationships, and seeks a spirit of belongingness. Each participant in the program had to present a capstone project that they had to take back to their cities and work on implementing the project. 2, Ms. Brown is out ill. So 2 presentations will be done tonight, and that will be the importance of leading a culture of inclusive language, effective terminology, and gender norms by our very own Chief Clemens. And then The Leaf, leading an essential, able, and fulfilled life by Mayor Butler. So Chief Clemens, you have the floor, ma'am.
All right. Good evening again, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our capstone project. The mayor, I, and Director Brown, we spent several months and a lot of discussions, a lot of in-depth discussions about what we need to bring back to our municipalities. What I thought was important was municipal leader, diversity, inclusion, equity and inclusion capstone project, the importance of leading the culture of inclusive language, effective terminology, and gender norms. Now, these are, I think I have about 20 slides here. This may be a little uncomfortable conversation to have, but it's important when we talk about being inclusive in our organizations. So some of the order of discussion will be gender terms, got our problem, our purpose, our mission, vision, our values, and then the capstone relayability. And we're going to talk about inclusive language. So what we expect to learn here this evening is learn the ways gender identity, diversity is changing communication and best practices, recognize pronouns beyond he and she, understand the negative impact of misgendering people, and learn action items for gender inclusive communication and know how to access more resources. It's very important in our organizations and municipalities as we focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, particularly when we're hiring and bringing on our millennials and folks that have a broader vision in our thought process. Next slide. So my problem statement were many organizations have traditional cultures where the lack of inclusive terminology are impacting progressive diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, causing trauma in the members who serve our organizations and impacting effective recruitment and retention. If we're talking about, hiring and bringing on the next wave of visionaries, we have to be mindful of our DEI process in our organizations. We need to take our personal thought and beliefs out of organizational business when we're looking to bring on our next wave of new hires. Terminology and language jargon exemplifies a huge role when discussing diversity, equity, inclusion, and the final piece, belonging. Everybody wants to feel like they belong. That's a key component in DEI. In any organization, how can one truly belong if the words we speak are sending signals of you do not belong? It is very important for industries, organizations, and companies to ensure proper terms and language jargon are being used in their systems effectively. Next slide. So the purpose of my capstone project will be a descriptive method and work with human resources on how to really draft a policy towards inclusive language. Next slide. Again, this policy will affect all employees, applicants, contractors, because we deal with not only our internal constituents, but we deal with external constituents as well. So our policy has to be reflective of those folks that we deal with in our business communities when we're talking about DEI. Next slide. So the mission statement. It is the mission statement of the City of Forest Park to enhance, strengthen, and grow our community by collaborating with our community to provide the highest level of service. And I highlight in red, striving to be recognized as a diverse community that values and respects all members. So typically that's what it boils down to. Are you valuing and are you respecting all members, regardless of our personal, feeling? We have to keep our personal feeling out of organizational business if we're going to be reflective of our mission statement. And next slide, please. Our vision is to be a welcoming and safe, family-oriented, fiscally sound city with an emerging urban vibrancy that maximizes its geographic location to be the most attractive residential and commercial destination in the state. Keywords: welcoming, safe. Are our members in the organization are they feeling welcome? Do they feel safe? Same reflective of our community, the families, the children in the neighborhoods, the children in the schools, in the City of Forest Park, and our business community. Next slide. So some of our values: collaboration, creativity, strategy, integrity, and here's what I highlight again: respect and equity. Keywords: respect and equity. Next slide, please. So my capstone relayability, during the class, we needed to identify over the 6 modules, which module was relatable to my particular project. And as you see, I put modules 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then if you look at some of the key words, we have inclusionary, and then we have cultural differences, and then we have cultural diverse workforces. So these key components are and should be inclusive in our hiring practices and our DEI forward-thinking initiatives as we continue to move Forest Park towards the future. Next slide. Again, just some of the highlights when we're talking about being gender inclusive language, neutrality, equality, communication. What are our policies in our workplace? Next slide. So what is inclusive language? Inclusive language is words and phrases you use that avoid biases, slangs, and expression that discriminate against a group of people based on race, gender, socioeconomic status, and ability. When used, you can resonate with more audiences by speaking and writing in ways that everyone understands and makes everyone feel welcome. Councilmen, councilperson, firemen, firefighter, policemen, police officer, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide, please. Jargon. Many of us don't realize that our language has additional meaning hidden behind the lines. Certain words can imply a certain age, gender, educational background, social class, and so much more. We see this often in many folks in how we write our job descriptions. We have to be very specific on how we write our job descriptions. Are we turning people away just by reading the job description? Is the language in the job description inclusive? Alternatively, imagine you're hiring a new person on your team and your boss tell you, we're looking for a culturally good fit. We do that a lot in public safety, particularly fire and police services. We're looking for that good fit. But really, what is that? What is a good fit? Most people on your teams are extroverted. Does that make you unfairly biased during interviews as you seek out a good culture fit by looking for candidates that mirror your colleagues' personality type? I mean, I don't want everybody to be a Latasha Clemens, for sure. Next slide, please. So these are just some examples. It says avoid company or team acronyms. Use plain language in your writing rather than expressions or jargons. Refer to theoretical person as they instead of he or she. It's uncomfortable based on your beliefs, but we have to have those types of conversations in our organizations. Ensure your company's designs or images reflect a diverse group of people. I'm very particular in the fire department that we're reflecting the community that we serve. we have to be reflective of the communities, particularly if we're talking about hiring on and wanting to expand our hiring pool and portal. Your community, the folks that you hire should be reflective of your community. Be mindful of terms related to race, ethnicity, nationality, and culture. When speaking to colleagues about family, use gender neutral labels for family members. Be mindful of medical conditions and ability terms. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at you. Yeah, Pastor, you're a man, but I don't know. I have to be careful. When in doubt, ask individuals which pronouns they prefer. Make it clear they can choose not to identify as well. And that's okay. Somebody might not want to identify. Does that mean they're not hireable? Next slide. Again, just some of the things that I'm big on this, and my staff, my team, men and women in the fire service, they hear me correct them all the time. Right, City Manager?
Yes, ma'am.
My BC in the back, right, Chief? I'm very big on it, because, public safety, particularly fire service, police service, traditionally it's men, that's just the way it was. But as more women come into the fire service, still we're 4%, but we're still here. How do we make them feel inclusive if we're saying firemen? It's just, I don't like it, me personally, as a fire chief. So I had almost 50 young ladies in the girls camp. How would that make them feel if I'm trying to recruit and retain and show them that they can do this, but I'm talking about firemen. And brotherhood, that's something to be discussed, brotherhood, sisterhood. Just got to be particular in when the types of conversations that you're having and with whom. Next slide. Again, gender terms, something that you can consider. Touchy-feely conversations that you have to look at, man up. Just say, be brave. His document. What about their document? How do you know it was his document? Just some terms to consider. Next slide. Again, some additional terms. He, she, they. He laughed. I called him. His eyes gleamed. That is his. He likes himself. Just something to consider. Next slide. Instead of some inclusive language, some different additional, pronouns instead of yes, sir, or thank you, ma'am, or other language that makes gender-based assumptions, you can simply communicate. Good morning. I'm big on saying yes, sir, yes, ma'am. That's just grandparents beat that into me, but I have to work on that myself. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Just simply communicate. Just simple jargon, simple conversation. Can I be of assistance today? Yes, absolutely. Next slide, please. And there's a quick video on the importance of inclusive language. All right, don't worry about it. You get the message. Just inclusive language. I'm a president of another organization, and we just inducted a young lady that's, thank you, that's in a wheelchair. And one of the sisters asked her, you know, can I help you? And really, it offended her because she's so, you know, she's so resilient. So we have to, even with disabilities, we have to be careful, you know, that we're not limiting someone or putting our bias on them because of their disability. You can go to the next slide, please. Just some terms, all the gender expressions, you know, we're dealing with a new generation of folks, and we have to be very careful of how we're communicating and identifying someone. And are we being biased in our organization and our hiring practice based on these terms and gender types? You know, we have to be very careful in particular. So I think it's important that all organizations draft a policy so that everybody feels inclusive, specifically if we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and embracing the new wave of men and women that are coming on to our organizations. Next slide. Same. Next slide, please. Everybody is aware of the EEOC and Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Next slide. Several discrimination types: direct discrimination, discrimination arising from disability, indirect discrimination, harassment, victimization, and duty to make reasonable adjustments. These are some of the terms and some of the problematic areas if we're not careful and if we don't have policies to reflect this. I know the city manager is working with human resources on revising some of our policies, but most certainly we want to ensure that our policies are reflective and that we're not biased when we're looking at these particular types of discrimination. Next slide. And then this is another video, but we don't have to go through that video. It's just another inclusive language video. And these are just some additional resources when I did my research on inclusive language and gender identity and things of that nature. So it was all a part of the diversity, equity, inclusion project and capstone. We had about 8 months, Madam Mayor. And this is my project. And, you know, in working with the diversity, equity, inclusion team with the Madam Mayor and our HR director, we're looking to devise policies and plans on how we're going to move Forest Park forward to ensure that we're reflective of our community and also to ensure that we're not causing bias or discriminating against anyone based on age, race, sex, and the matter. That concludes my presentation.
That was excellent, Chief. I love it. That was just her. So you'll have to
Really
do
good.
one. Me?
Meeting
Was there any
adjourned.
question? Do you have any questions, Councilman James? Councilman Antoine?
No, thank
Councilman Gutierrez?
Oh, just thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. You know, things like this start with the leadership and just making everybody feel welcome and acknowledging these things. So I just appreciate that information, and I hope that, you know, we can share with all the other departments.
Councilman James? Wells? Dang. Do it like once a
Chief,
month.
as I always say, you are absolutely amazing. Like I'm sitting here like I'm in class. I'm just focused because you just have it in you. And I just appreciate having you in our community. So thank you for everything. That was an amazing presentation. And we can go home now. I can go home. Like that was the meeting. No, but thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Mears?
Just courageous conversations that we must have, although they may be uncomfortable. You know, you just have to have them.
It is. And I actually would like to continue the conversation with you offline because there are some nuances that I am just totally unfamiliar with, but I hear. And so I want to better educate myself on that. So thank you so much for that presentation.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I do have one thing that I wanted to say.
Yes.
And it just brought back to my remembrance, just talking to my daughter, my oldest daughter, and she was having a conversation about some issues that she was having at work. And she kept saying, they just doing this and they just doing that. And I kept saying, well, who is they? You know, I didn't understand because that was the language that she was using. And she was referring to one person, but she was saying they. And I was like, you know, it didn't make sense to me then, but I'm looking at this, but she explained it to me, so I understood what she was saying. But that's something that we have to learn, the quote, new language that that's being spoke in this new generation, so.
Just in the workplace, we just got to take ourself and our personal beliefs and biases out, because it's about the organization and community and how we move forward. Thank you.
You and Shalonda probably need some Advil from your back pain from carrying the mayor, because I know she don't do much work. You might, maybe take a few hours off.
Hearing his presentation soon, if he finishes it. He has a problem of not always completing the programs we start, but diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. So members of the council, Councilwoman James and Councilperson James, Councilperson Antoine, see, Councilperson Gutierrez, and everyone else, Councilperson Wells, and Councilman Mears. I'm really trying here. And our illustrious city manager. I want to refresh your memory on a conversation that was shared with a former director here some months ago. So in this very room, this director said, and I quote, "If we do not give his employee a raise, said employee would leave the city for 50 cents more and talk ill about Forest Park in the process." And now Councilperson Gutierrez, I vividly remember the conversation you and I had after that meeting, but I want to remind the council and those present as to the exchange that took place afterwards. So this director was reminded that money is not always the issue, nor is it always the answer. Using pay increases as a way to mask your deficiencies in a department is certainly not the answer. And lastly, never underestimate the enormity of treating people with respect and dignity, and with a little respect in the process, respect and dignity. So I think we all can agree that we are really living in uncharted times here, where every sector is experiencing some sort of a labor shortage. And so as such, we're also vying for the same pool of people. And because of that, we are all, as employers, looking for ways to continuously attract and retain our employees. And so I don't know if you remember when we increased our minimum wage to $17 an hour. And it was groundbreaking, but it was only a matter of time before others caught on and started to do the same. And they did. And so what ensued was a wage war, if you will. And so what I was left pondering is, when there's no money left to give, when we have to graciously bow out of this wage war, what can we do as a municipality to still attract and retain employees, stellar employees at that? And so what I came up with, well, actually, and I have to thank Ms. McCoy for the creative name of it, but if you go to the next slide, is the Leaf Life, which is our initiative for our employees to lead an essential, able, and fulfilled life. And so essentially what this is that I acknowledge that we were seeing in real time a paradigm shift, where we went from an employer-centered focus where people were fighting for jobs, to now we were an employee-centered focus where employers were fighting for the same pool of people. And so this initiative here answers the question, how can we make employees feel equipped and so empowered that they could leave the city of Forest Park and essentially conquer the world, but want to stay, all the while leading an essential, able, and fulfilled life? And so this is my presentation. Now, how many of you are familiar with Maslow and his hierarchy of needs? Okay, great. So let me tell you, Maslow was born in 1908. And so does anyone understand the significance of 1908?
City was founded.
Thank you. Yes. But also, Now, as serendipitous as this can become, if you flip the 08, you get 1980, and that was the year I was born. So I just thought that was pretty cool.
Lord have mercy.
Councilperson Gutierrez would like that. But so I first learned of Maslow and his hierarchy of needs when I was in the 6th grade or so. And so, Mr. Clark, when you hear me talking about the humanistic approach to things and humanism, it's because a score plus years ago, his hierarchy of needs resonated with me and stuck with me all these years. And so what Maslow created was this hierarchy of needs that says that all human beings have needs relating to 5 key elements. That's our physiological needs, safety needs, love and belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. And so what this says is that as human beings, we all strive to be the highest and best version of ourselves. However, it's really difficult to achieve the higher levels when the basic tiers are not met. So when you look at the physiological needs, well, you can't see it there, but that talks about like air, food, shelter, etc. So it's really hard to be the highest and best version of ourselves when our housing situations are unstable. It's hard to be the highest and best version of ourselves when our employment situation is fragile, and so on and so forth. So what I did when it came down to my capstone project, you could, yeah, go to the next one if you want, was I thought of that situation that I mentioned in the beginning with the director, and then Maslow and his hierarchy of needs, because I understand how much work we ask of our employees, but if they're not able to achieve the highest and best versions of themselves, then how much are we really going to get from them? So what I created was, you can go to the next slide, was like an employee edition of the hierarchy of needs. And so we start with the bottom tier, which is employee workforce housing. So many times when you hear about workforce housing, it is about us creating housing opportunities for other people in other sectors. And in one of those conversations, it was like an epiphany as to how asinine it was for us to focus on other employees when we have our very own employees that have housing needs. So what I did is I had planned to use my capital outlay money to reacquire the properties that we have in the land bank. And we have about 18 properties, but this will need to be broken up into about 5 different phases. And so the first phase is property acquisition. But that is a moot point if we're unable to actually renovate the homes, which brings me to the second phase. And so I would like the governing body to allow Mr. Clark to report back on costs that would be associated with renovating the houses, so that as the third phase would entail is that we can consider giving those homes to employees that are in need and or as incentives for our first responders. Now, it would be an application that they would have to go through. The terms can be set forth by the governing body, but I think making sure that our employees have safe, sound, and quality housing is definitely all the worthwhile mentioning. So the next pillar is city-sponsored employee childcare. So now I call her my baby, but she's almost 30. But I remember the costs associated with her childcare. I remember how important it was for me to always know that she was safe. And so Director Maxwell was slightly ahead of me in this pillar when he, during his fall break, he had no registration fees for our city employees. But I wanted to take that up a notch. And so there are 3 breaks in which Director Maxwell has programs for. That's fall break, spring break, and then summer camps. And I know that there are some employees who have inquired about those breaks. And so I would like the governing body to allow Mr. Clark to report back as to what this would actually look like cost-wise for our employees. I understand. Oh, so let me also say, I conducted a survey back in March. And so let me get the numbers here. 100% of the employees surveyed was agreed upon some sort of workforce housing. So 25% of the employees surveyed was in favor of the childcare. And so at first that number was really low to me, but then I had to remember the demographic of our employees. And a lot of us don't have children in that age range, but that doesn't mean that those who do have children in that age range should be overlooked. So next is a flexible work schedule, where you see roughly 80% of the employees surveyed agreed with this. So what I mean by a flexible work schedule is truly creating some sort of a work-life balance. So one area that we could focus on is a 4-10 work schedule. So 4-10 work schedules is 4 days of work, but 10-hour shifts, which will leave a 5th day off. Now, I understand there are some departments that have different work schedules, but I would like the governing body to allow Mr. Clark to report back as to what this schedule will look like per department, because what I know is that if you allow someone an extra day off, that would allow them the opportunity to take care of their personal needs, sans utilizing any of their paid time off, sick leave, or vacation time, et cetera. But also what it would do, and if you think about all the industries that are out there, they typically operate between that 8 to 5 block, and so do Forest Park. But if we're able to flex our schedules, then that means we're being a better service to our residents and stakeholders, because they may not have to utilize their time off from work to come to the city to take care of their needs. And then I also considered working from home. Now, with the right requirements in place, I think this could be very beneficial, and it could be just starting off like 1 or 2 days a week, but we have to be creative in when we're looking at how we're going to attract employees. And I think allowing some to work from home may be just one of those added incentives. And so mental and emotional health. I was really pleased to see that roughly 98% of the employees who answered the survey agreed that this was very important. And so one thing that I appreciate about Chief Clemons is that you had a grant in which you have a full-time person designated to address the mental health and emotional needs of your staff. And so I would like to explore and making that citywide. And so when I thought about the active shooter that took place a couple of months ago, that led to a very interesting conversation with the CEO of Southern Regional. And one of the takeaways from Forest Park's perspective was that I was left always wondering, are we doing enough for our employees? And while we do have some measures in place, I was always left with, we can do more. And so I have been in touch with NAMI, the National Association of Mental Illness. And so I would like the governing body to allow Mr. Clark the opportunity to explore, to continue that conversation or explore other avenues in which we can really make sure that we're addressing the mental and emotional health of our employees. I understand how people walk around with masks on, if you will, and you never truly know what someone is going through until an outburst occurs. And I want to make sure that we're at the forefront of this for our employees. And so all of this combined, and this is not exhaustive, this is just some of the recommendations that I thought that when we're addressing the needs of our employees, we're looking at it holistically rather than a linear focus. And so my ask of the council is to allow Mr. Clark to come back with concrete numbers to address these pillars here so we can truly allow our employees to lead an essential, able, and fulfilled life. Any questions? All right, none? Hector, count.
Lead it off to.
Oh, okay, we're gonna wait. Okay, we're gonna follow instructions.
Woman, you have a question? You're the one leading off the,
Councilwoman James?
there you go. Thank
But
you.
you're the pro tem right
Do
now.
your job,
down
Mayor.
Oh, I'm Mayor Pro Tem. So we're gonna start with Councilman Mears. You have any questions?
I have none, thank you.
Councilwoman Wells,
No, thank you so much, Mayor.
Gutierrez, Councilman.
Yeah, I have a few critics about the font and just the color scheme, but it's cool. Besides that, Mayor, I'm all about the leaf life. I really like it. It seems you put a lot of work. I love that you have it like data driven. You ask our employees what they want. It's not just you coming off the top of your head and just saying whatever you want, which you never do that anyway. But it's, you're going off what the employees need. So I love some of those ideas that you have. I look forward to seeing what what it looks like moving forward, because we definitely want to make sure that our employees feel valued. And some of the things you put there are kind of like, non-traditional things that we address, but are real problems that not maybe sometimes people feel comfortable addressing or talking about, but we have to be, intentional about it and address it before anything happens. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilman.
Good job. Sounds good. I'm looking forward.
Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, I'll say, great job in putting this together. Mr. Clark, you got a lot of work ahead of you.
Yeah.
No. No, but seriously, I do think that it's important for our employees to, if they want to live in Forest Park, to have that option. I think the housing stock is something that we definitely need to improve in. I know we have some housing stock that's coming up. And so, not only that, what you're proposing renovating, but maybe even some of the housing that is already being worked on. Maybe we could talk to some of the developers in that area too, and have an option for our employees to purchase some of those, and maybe have some incentive that we can offer as a city for that as well. And definitely childcare for those that are bearing child. I mean, that's an expensive thing right now. So yeah, I agree with that. So I'm wholeheartedly for this initiative, and we'll see what we can do.
Can I add I just want to add, Mayor, I really like the idea of like the housing. I know that, I don't know if it's Humana or some group that builds homes for veterans. I think like if we as a community in Forest Park, like just come together and build it too, like just help and have a piece into it. When you build something, I think there's more buying into it, and we have, our employees are experts in many different fields. So I think it'd be cool to have like just that buy-in of them building, or helping at least with it.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Butler, just one question. So based upon our charter, the reason Mayor Butler is saying that and throwing me into all of this work is because this would be a direct request from Mayor Butler for us to embed this into our actual operational practices. And to take it a step further, the executive office is 100% believes this is amazing work, and it mirrors some of the requests that even I've heard in the short time that I've been here. The employees want the hybrid schedule, Also, with Chief Clemens' work, we would like to embed that into our actual work as a city organization. The presentations that we've heard here tonight, I mean, it's exceptional. You guys have done some amazing work, and I really do believe this is what's going to help stand Forest Park along from other entities.
I agree.
So, Madam Mayor, based on what the city manager said, it may be something the council desires to do to amend the regular agenda and have the council essentially adopt the, not necessarily the recommendations, but adopt the directives for staff to pursue some of the recommendations in both presentations.
Okay. Can you remind me of that when we get to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Will we have an opportunity also to hear Ms. Brown the next month?
Yes.
The presentation that she has?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is something that is really, really, really exciting. And I'm honored to be able to present to all of you guys. And so you heard earlier that we have some employees that have been with us for 34 years, 32 years, and then we have some of our newest employees that have been with us for a week or two. But today, we are going to recognize someone who has been an employee with the city for a total, now are you guys sitting down? Because this is huge. For a total of 55 years. Yes, Mr. Ross. Yes. And so, oh, yes, please stand. And so I'm going to ask the governing body to come down with me. And so if you think about all of the changes that have taken place in 55 years, your commitment has remained the same. And so it is an absolute honor to have you have served the city for so long. And it's that commitment that every employee should have. And so I know we have someone that just started a couple of weeks ago, and we have some that's been here a couple of years. And I just challenge you all to stay for about 55 years. But and let me just say this about Mr. Ross. And so little birdie told me that you're retiring from the city of Forest Park, but you're going to continue on elsewhere. And so I appreciate your commitment to not just your community and the city, but to your family as well. And I think that is remarkable of you, and it really speaks volume to your character. And so a little bit about Butler, Alabama. You see all the serendipitous moments of today, right? Okay, so Mr. Ross was born on October 9th. He just had a birthday. 1944. In the great town of Butler, Alabama. Oh, well, it was a typo. Butler, Georgia, but it's still Butler nonetheless. He was first hired in the city in 1966 and has held several positions within the Public Works Department, including laborer, refuse collector, truck driver, and maintenance worker. For more than 5 decades, Mr. Ross played an integral role when it came to creating, cleaning, and instilling city signage near local right-of-ways, as well as helping to maintain streets used by local commuters and pedestrians. Mr. Ross currently resides in Atlanta, Georgia, and is a proud husband and father who enjoys fishing, football, wrestling, and several other recreational activities. He is a treasured employee who has served as both a valued team member and a beloved colleague. And so on behalf of the city of Forest Park and north of 19,000 residents, we thank you so much for your years of service. And so can we all, can I say that? Stand up and give Mr. Ross a resounding applause, please. And so to show you how much we love you and will appreciate you, this is the first ever time that we have given a key to the city. And I think someone who has dedicated over half a century of their life to the city of Forest Park is well deserving. And I only hope that this administration will leave a lasting legacy as you have done for us. So thank you so much. And so I'm going to ask that you say a few words if you would like. But I know you have a lot of wisdom that you can impart on us all. Oh, this is fixed.
I have enjoyed working for.
No, so people, everyone can
I have enjoyed working for the city of Forest Park. I enjoy working for the city of Forest Park for 50 years. It couldn't have been a better place to work for me. That's all I got to say, you know.
So is there, you guys want to say anything? You guys want to say anything?
I'll say nothing. Mr. Ross, just thank you so much. We can't put into words our appreciation. I know we gave you a luncheon, but this key for you, you know, you can cash that in. If Chief Chris ever wants to give you a speeding ticket, you show him that thing right there. No, but thank you so much, sir, to you and your family for always being with us.
say, Mr. Ross, thank you so much. 55 is a lot of years to dedicate yourself to one job. So it definitely shows that you have loyalty. Thank you to your wife for loaning him to us. And I know, I know it's been some long days. I remember, when we were talking about giving employees a raise and the starting salary, I think Mr. Ross was it $4 and something that you started? $4, that he started, and I would have been gone a long time ago. So I just appreciate you for all that you've done, and given to the city of Forest Park. And I know I was probably one of the people that got on your nerves about these signs, but yeah, I've never heard Mr. Ross complain. Out of 55 years, I have never heard him complain about anything. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of Ward 4, the city of Forest Park, and the residents. Thank you so much.
The situation about that, you know, if anybody had got on my nerve, they never know it but me, you know.
Thank you so much. And I also like to say to Mr. Clark, because I know he be trying to give people their credit and all this, but it was Mr. Clark's idea to give, we have never done that in the city of Forest Park, and I think this is a great way to start it, so I just appreciate you for bringing that idea forward. It will say.
2 bottles of hot sauce.
Yo, give me a bottle of hot sauce.
2 bottles of hot sauce. These already on the
Yeah, it was good.
Mayor Butler, I just want to share with you, if you will, we have developed a criteria as we began to give out these keys to the city that we asked the governing body to review for adoption at our next meeting to help streamline the process. So if you start getting requests, we can keep it very ceremonial for major monumental type events. But if you could review the guidelines, and we'll have it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Looking
thank
nice,
you, thank you.
Vincent. I see you. Looking nice. Best employee.
Let's see where we at. Okay, item 3, council approval of the recommended proposed millage rate. And this is our public hearing number 3. So I'm going to ask for a motion to recess the regular meeting so we can enter into the public hearing, the third public hearing for the proposed millage rate.
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilperson Mears. Any, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So is there a motion to open the public hearing on the third public hearing for the proposed millage rate?
So move.
That was Councilperson Mears. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
second. Point of order, didn't we just do that?
No, we closed
Oh,
the
okay.
first, okay. So I heard Councilperson Wells.
You
give
can
a
say
second.
councilwoman.
Yeah.
I'm all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. So per our charter, 10 minutes is allotted per side. So those who want to stand and speak in support of, in favor of the proposed millage rate, you may line up at the podium now. All right, not having anyone stand, is there anyone who who is not in favor of the proposed millage rate? You may line up at the podium now. All right, again, no one has stood. So is there a motion to close this third public hearing on the proposed millage rate?
So move.
That was Councilperson James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Councilwoman Wells, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now, is there a motion to open a public hearing, the second public hearing for the 2023 Comprehensive Plan Update?
So move.
That was Councilperson James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. So again, all those in favor or in support of the 2023 Comprehensive Plan Update, you may line up at the podium now, and you have 10 minutes.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we have a presentation of the compensation plan? Or the comprehensive
Well,
plan?
that would be those who are, they're either, blah, 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 I can't even talk. The company is here, right? Or is that Ms. Irons? Were you gonna do the presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and
I'm
Council.
sorry,
again.
before you start, Mr. Mike, point of order is it, should we hear the presentation and then hear the favor or against, or?
I mean, that's fine. I believe the information is on the website and all that, but if you want a brief presentation so that members of the public can know what they're speaking on, that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council, City Manager. So today we have Andrew Smith with the Atlanta Regional Commission, who has been assisting planning and community development with the 2023 update to our comprehensive plan. Every 5 years, the comprehensive plan is updated in order to keep our qualified local government status. And Mr. Smith has done a great job in assisting us this far. So this is the second required public hearing that is required through DCA. And he has a short presentation that he'll give you an overview as far as where we are today with the draft.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and council members, staff, and members of the community. Again, my name is Andrew Smith with the Atlanta Regional Commission. We are an intergovernmental planning organization that represents, in this context, the 10-county kind of core Metro Atlanta area, and that includes Clayton County and its cities. And so, as Ms. Irons mentioned, our organization's been helping the city of Forest Park, among other communities in the region this year, on updating your comprehensive plan, again, which is a required component of your city framework required by the state of Georgia. Next slide. So I'm just going to try to be brief tonight. Again, offer an overview of what the plan sets out to do and why you have it. A little bit on the plan timeline and process. Offer you an overview of the content of the plan, talk about next steps, and then there's an opportunity again for questions or comments, and including the public comment period that we were just discussing. So in terms of an overview, you can go to the next slide. Again, this is something that we've been working on for the better part of 2023 with your staff in the Planning and Community Development Department. There are some certain plan elements that are required by the state for every community, no matter what the size or the conditions, and those are up there at the top, as you can see. And then there are a range of optional elements that are required for some communities. Forest Park, for example, is required to do everything except for the CIE at the bottom, which it relates only to communities that collect development impact fees. But again, you're talking about land use, housing, economic development, transportation, all of these things that relate to, you know, the name really applies. It is a comprehensive document that tries to look at your vision for your city and how it's going to move forward. Next slide. Every 5 years, the state requires these sort of small handful of elements to be looked at again, and those are up at the top of the screen. The Regional Commission is available again to assist communities if we're called upon to do so. It is a free service, and we sort of act as like an extension of your planning and community development staff and facilitate the process. So we are required to do most of the things that are required to be updated every 5 years, but there's a little bit of just, you know, difference there. And essentially, we facilitate a process that does a lot more than that. We have a scope of work that we go through with your staff at the outset of the process. And so what we do kind of covers a lot more. Wherever we hear input on certain elements of the plan, we try to fit it in to the plan document to update, to make as much sense as possible. Next slide. Forest Parks plan includes all of these things are on the slide. I'm not going to go through all of these. I'll go through a little bit of an overview here in just a moment. The timeline you can kind of see on the next slide where we started, where we've gotten to. Started with some data gathering back in the wintertime. Had an initial public hearing here in March. Had an online survey that was open for a few months from the spring through the summer. Worked to get input from a steering committee. We were able to meet 2 times during the process. Had a public open house at the Forest Park Senior Center over the summer back in late June. And then we've been essentially since the end of the summer and on into the fall developing the plan document. So that's where we are here with the yellow star at the second public hearing. Again, this is a requirement of the state local planning rules, and it's really just to have either your staff or in this case me offer an overview of the plan contents and kind of where we started, what we learned, where we are now, and then offer an opportunity for public comment. There's actually no vote required at this stage. It's really just a presentation that has to be done in a public hearing format. Plan overview. I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. A big component, starts with the background history, talks about the past in Forest Park, and also talks about what is a comp plan, what does it entail, a lot of the things that I just went through in those terms of those key elements, and gives an overview of some of the information from the most recent plan, which ARC actually assisted on as well. That was back in 2017, 2018. It goes through a lot of different data and demographics that pulls information on population, age, race, labor and employment statistics to try to update everything to give a picture of existing conditions within the community. Broadband, this is a required element that the state has elevated the importance of broadband and high-speed internet in a lot of different ways. This is just one of them. Broadband is required to be a part of the plan. It's really just looking at some fairly basic FCC and state broadband data sources to understand access to high-speed internet. And as you can see, the city of Forest Park is quite well served in terms of high-speed internet. Community engagement, again, I kind of went through that in terms of the steering committee, the open house, the online survey. So there's a summary of that within the plan document that kind of talks about the activities and what we learned in those different interactions. Then this leads into the needs and opportunities. This is really formulated. It's a requirement of the state rules that you kind of document, the challenges or the needs that your community wants to work on and the opportunities or strengths that your community wants to try to build on and accentuate. And so these needs and opportunities in the plan document come out of all the input received. They come out of the community engagement process, as well as the previous plan and other kind of related plans that are under the umbrella of the comprehensive plan. The vision statement, this is something that, is important. It's not truly required by the letter of the rules, but I think it's always a really important component of a plan document. And this looks at bringing in vibrancy, inclusivity, which we've been talking about tonight, in fact. Equity, economic development, high quality neighborhoods, amenities, all the things that I think a lot of this has resonated in some of the presentations we've heard tonight. Next up is the goals. This is a fairly succinct list of goals that, again, part of the origin of this is in the previous plan from 2018, but also pulling in input from this process to kind of derive this list of broad areas of activity that the city wants to address in the future to try to tackle those challenges or needs and try to accentuate those strengths or opportunities. Next slide. It also pulls in a lot of information about other existing or recent plans and studies. Some of these are relatively new, and in fact, were done since the last comprehensive plan update. So they're important to kind of note and pull under that umbrella. Again, we're looking again at the LCI Livable Centers Initiative. That's another program that ARC funds, and that was a downtown master plan that was done over the course of 2020, 2021. The Star Park and Neighborhood Master Plan, which was circa 2017, 18, kind of probably overlapped a little bit with the previous comprehensive plan. So we're kind of, reinforcing the importance of those two plans. Clayton County's comprehensive plan, that's also been updated recently. And that's just a sampling. There are others as well. Next slide. Housing, we pull in a lot of different housing, existing conditions data on housing in terms of trends, in terms of priorities derived from the community input that we received, some aspects of the HUD required HUD consolidated plan that Clayton County has to update every few years. And we also pulled in some information from the Metro Atlanta Housing Strategy, which is a resource that ARC actually created in partnership with some other organizations to try to take sort of snapshots of existing conditions within the entire region, and then strategies that each community can use to tailor to its different areas within its city. Transportation, it looks at inflows, outflows, traffic, pulls in information from the county transportation plan, the MARTA's ongoing transit plans for Clayton County, the Aero ATL Greenway Model Mile, which is a trail feasibility study that'll hopefully be kind of the first part in a series of more regionally connected trails, especially here on the south side in proximity to the airport. So that's just a sampling of some of the transportation related plans that we make mention of or reference to. Next slide. Historic, cultural, and natural resources. This part of the plan really just documents community input around priorities for historic and cultural assets, as well as natural resources within the community that people feel are important to elevate. Next slide. Future land use is a big part. This underlies things like land use decision-making, including zoning. Not a lot of really substantive changes to the land use component this year, just kind of made it a little cleaner and look a little better. But essentially, this is a general guide for your character areas, for the character of your different land use areas in the city. And then again, this is designed to support planning and zoning and those kinds of decisions. Community work program. This is really looking at the next 5 years, so 2024 out to 2028. This is a list essentially of more kind of discrete projects, activities, studies, efforts. Some of the things we discussed here tonight could probably eventually end up in something like this. And these are things the city wants to tackle over the next 5 years. And they're informed by, again, the vision and the goal development, the identification of needs and opportunities, and the community engagement. Next slide. This is the report of accomplishments. This just looks simply back at the last 5 years to see what was in the previous community work program, kind of what's changed, what's still underway, what may have been completed, what may not need to carry over because it's being consolidated with another item, or maybe it's no longer a priority for the city, or things that may be sort of postponed that haven't started yet, but they're going to, those kinds of things. And that's really how the plan kind of wraps up. The next steps, again, if you go to the next slide, are that essentially after this meeting, again, there's no vote required. There is a transmittal cover letter that Mayor Butler would need to sign on behalf of the city that just essentially says we've taken this year essentially to work on the plan update. We've had the required hearings. We believe it includes the required elements. We can take any public comments received tonight or in the near future, roll that all into the final draft that the city is comfortable then transmitting to the state Department of Community Affairs. And again, Mayor Butler would sign a transmittal letter as required by the DCA local planning rules. Then we would just simply submit it to, or you all would submit it to the state for review. And they're really looking not really at substance, but more at does it include all of the items that it's supposed to, the elements and such. And then it comes back to the local government for y'all to take through the adoption process, just like you would with any other city policy. So that will include, additional, scrutiny and probably maybe some, revisions and other discussions and things like that, just like you would do for, a zoning code amendment or another policy. The draft is online. You can get there directly through the project website that we set up for this planning process, which is on a service called Public Input. It's just publicinput.com/Forest Park Plan. You can also indirectly, if you're already on the Forest Park website, on the planning page, there's a link that way. So it's just out there. for public review. And again, the purpose of tonight was really to be an overview, and I hope I've sort of accomplished that for you. Be happy to take any questions, and I'll defer to y'all on the protocol for the public comment period and all of that. So thank you so much for your time. I do appreciate it. I felt a lot of warmth in this community. I think a lot of it, again, is evidenced in some of the discussions from tonight. And the staff, LaShawn Gardner and Savon Irons and others, have been a pleasure to work with. The steering committee was tremendous, and I want to applaud them for their leadership. The community was great, showing up and supporting the process and offering their input. So again, thanks to the community for being so welcoming and assisting in the process.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Butler,
Yes, sir.
just one question of a number that is very alarming, and I've never seen this before. There was a slide that was up that stated there were 400 or so individuals that actually live in Forest Park that occupy jobs in Forest Park. So if you think about that, in our population of being the largest municipality, that is 2% of our population actually have opportunities for jobs in the city. So when we talk about the number of jobs that are at Fort Gillem, what we see now through data is that a large amount of those jobs are now occupied by individuals that live here. And so subsequent to this presentation, this comprehensive plan, we're also working with the Office of Economic Development through some DE&I work to ensure that our residents have the proper access to the jobs that we have here. Also the workforce training aspect, because that number is very alarming.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you. So after that presentation, anyone who wants to speak in support of this comprehensive plan, you may line up at the podium, and 10 minutes is allotted in its totality. I'm not seeing anyone. If there's anyone who wanted to speak against, oh, are you in favor of, Ms. Ann? Okay, excellent. Can we start 10 minutes, please?
Oh, I'm not going to speak for 10 minutes.
Well, 10 minutes is just allotted for everyone.
Honestly, I'm probably one of the only 2 or 3 people who actually grew up in this city and call this place home. And I just want to say, this is not the first time I've seen a comprehensive plan, but with all the new folks that are here, City Manager Clark, Economic Development Department, and all of you and all of you wonderful employees. I'm so thankful for what's happening here, and I feel excited that there really is, not only do we have a plan, but there's actually going to be some action. And I'm really looking forward to what is coming to Forest Park. Thank you.
Thank you. And Keith. Mhm. Hello.
To the council members, the mayor, and to everyone in this room, in the hall tonight. I have a concerning issue, which I have brought up.
Wait, sir, I'm sorry. This time are you in favor of the comprehensive plan?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So anyone who wanted to speak in favor or support of the comprehensive plan, you have a little over 8 minutes left.
Good evening. I was there at the public thing at the senior center. You did a great job of putting all of that together and answering any questions that we have. And I too agree with Ms. Keith that it's good to see some action finally taking place, because we've had a lot of talk, but it's time to see some action, and I think we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was Mr. Carl Evans. Is there anyone else? All right, not seeing anyone's line up. Is there anyone that wanted to speak against or not in support of the 2023 comprehensive plan? You may line up at the podium now. All right, not seeing anyone. Is there a motion to close the second public hearing on the 2023 comprehensive plan?
So moved.
Yes, ma'am. That was Councilperson James, and there was a second by Councilperson Mears. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Now, is there a motion to reconvene into a regular session?
So moved.
That was Councilperson James. Is there a second? That was Councilperson Antoine. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. Up next is our public comments and
Madam Mayor, now that you've reconvened the regular session, a motion would be in order to approve the millage rate.
So
okay,
moved.
I'm just making sure that wasn't already one of the items on here. No,
Item 3.
it is. No, I meant down in the new business.
Oh.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve the proposed millage rate?
So moved.
That was Councilperson James. Is there a second? That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James, Councilperson James?
I'm okay with.
You can, okay,
Councilwoman.
well, you got it. I'm asking, just trying to
Okay,
do it
yes.
right.
No,
Okay, we
no
can see.
questions.
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Antoine, that's a yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're voting.
Yeah, we're voting.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, you did.
You didn't approve Councilman.
Yes, you did. Okay, it's your turn. Vote.
Yes.
This is what happens when we have long agenda items.
Mhm.
And thank you, thank you. So now, is there a motion to approve the second public hearing for the 2023 comprehensive?
That.
We don't
piece
have
you
to,
need vote.
okay. Public comments. Now we can move on to that, correct?
I
Ms.
do have,
Rainey, I'm gonna ask that you, yes, ma'am.
no, I was gonna say, we're gonna have comments regarding the comprehensive plan.
We can do in our closing comments.
So this is not the final. We'll bring back the final in December for adoption by the governing body.
Okay,
Ask
so
questions
per
there.
our charter for the public comments, 7 minutes, 3 minutes is allotted per person. And I'm gonna ask, there are some people who I'm not familiar with, so may not be familiar with the process for our public comments. And so I'm gonna ask Ms. Rainey to read some of the rules of decorum as stated in our charter.
Excuse me, yes, Mayor. Per the charter, section 2-1-7, rules of procedures and decorum. A, comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes per speaker. 21 minutes are allotted in total. B, members of the public are not allowed to participate in any debate or discussion conducted by the governing body members. C, all public comments must be limited to matters on the agenda or over which the governing body has jurisdiction. D, each speaker must maintain a decorous demeanor and refrain from personal attacks upon members of the governing body or employees, shouting and using obscene language. E, all questions and comments shall be directed to the presiding officer. And F, members of the governing body may respond to the comments during their closing comments if they desire.
Thank you. Mr. Randall, you are up first.
Oh, Mayor.
Good evening.
I just have a few issues that I just need to address. The stop sign on Burks and Yancey, when there's school days that are in progress, there's people running the stop sign when the buses have their stop signals out. And the kids are trying to get off the bus and people just don't care about any life form whatsoever. And also, I want to bring to attention that there was some drug activity that was going down approximately about a week and a half ago. I've brought it to Chief Chris's attention and also emailed him a tag number that I've received off of the vehicle. I don't know what how he is processing that information as we speak. On another basis is I would like to get some training done for some of the city employees and also Forest Park employees as well on respecting the public and not telling them that they're on punishment. I'm not going to speak of who said it.
Thank you.
But he knows who he is. And I don't appreciate being disrespected as a citizen of the city. I'm just asking to be respected. You know, I respect you. I would want that back in return. If I'm going to continue being disrespected, I don't mind being disrespectful back. You know, I don't like being disrespectful. My mom raised me a lot better than that. And I have been putting some thought into it, doing a cop watch, gathering some people together to hold basically these police officers accountable. You know, I had one today at City Hall that literally told me to F off. He knows who he is. Failure to identify himself. He'll be famous on YouTube by tomorrow morning. You know? You know, it's hard to get officers to respect and identify themselves. I know it's department's policy to identify themselves during the public if they're making an encounter with them. You know, I basically simply asked the officer why he did an illegal U-turn and cut off a person when they were trying to turn. And his behavior was unacceptable. I know nothing's going to happen with him because every time I file a complaint, nothing happens. Don't get a hear back, don't even get nothing. Just like I filed complaints with the city. Don't get a hear back, I don't even get any information back. So I don't know how y'all's complaint process goes, but that needs to be looked into because I guarantee if we made a false complaint with an officer, we'll get arrested for it. There's no accountability.
Thank you. Mr. Holtzclaw, Mr. Frank.
Hello, Mayor, Council.
Hello.
I came up tonight because I thought something else was going on, but since I'm here, after hearing what the chief here had to say and you, Mayor, I had some problems myself, planning and zoning. If I could speak on that for just a moment. Back on October 7th, we had a sign put out on for Zero Scott Road that there was going to be a development and planning hearing on the 19th. We waited to hear something in the mail. We never got anything. On the 17th, I went down to the Department of Planning and Zoning and showed the young lady at the desk window, could I get some more information on sign that was put out? She said, just a minute, I'll speak with my supervisor. So she come back out the door. She says, I apologize, but my supervisor says, if you have a picture on your phone, that's all the information you need. So, okay. I went on my way. I went to the meeting on the 19th. There was 11 people at the meeting. There was me and everyone else that was there was for Divine Homes. Okay. It's been going on with us for a few years now. Them, you know, wanting to come and cram a bunch of stuff down there. So the meeting started up and I couldn't understand what was going on. And so I guess I got on someone's nerves because I didn't understand. So I don't know how many minutes went on into the meeting where they decided to give me a packet. I mean, they all met in the office before the meeting, everyone but me, but several minutes into the meeting, they give me some information about what they was talking about. And so I guess the lady who was running the meeting, I don't know if she spoke to mention their names or not. She got upset because I was asking what was going on. That was before I had my information. And well, long story short, I told the council, the members there, I know I'm about out of time, that don't take any more of their false promises. Like the last time I was here with y'all, you said that Divine Home was going to do the road themselves, do the sidewalk themselves, and then it never wound up at the council meeting. So she got upset about it and she said she would have me escorted out by security. Okay, they come down Monday, took up 4 signs from that meeting, put 1 sign up for council meeting to be held on the 16th. You wouldn't have known it unless you went down there to see where they're dumping the tires. It's all the way down the end of that dead end road, back off the street. You can't see it. And it says for public hearing. You can't see it.
Thank you so much.
But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gooden?
I was early last night, but I have a concerning issue. I brought it up before several times this year. I've been to the council meeting. Last time I forgot to sign the form, to speak. I was here, but I couldn't speak, I didn't sign the form at the time. Anyway, my concerning issue is school zone. Speeding in the school zone. Down Forest or down W.A. Fountain Elementary School. I brought this up before. I mean, they come down, what really we don't have in that school zone, what other schools don't have. Like throughout the city, Forest Park, throughout the county. We don't have, I asked for speed bumps to slow some of that traffic down. We had a speed monitor up in that zone about 4 weeks ago, about a month ago. They stayed up about 3 months, about 3-4 weeks. They took them away to monitor your speed coming through, but they took them down. Why? Why they took them down? You know, that was sort of discourage some speeders when they see the speed they going monitor flash on the screen. They took those down. Why? I don't know. Okay. We're not up to par in that school zone like a lot of the city throughout the other city school zone and throughout the county. As driving through the county, I noticed they have speed bumps. Some have cameras that will take a picture of you. You know, and we're not up to par in W.A. Fountain school zone, you know. And I also, someone earlier said about maybe have the city police like help out with the resource officers, like be monitored, be posted there when school intake of school in the morning, and also when school is let out in the evening. We would like to see a city police there to assist the resource officers. When they see a city police there with the light on, the blue lights on, 'cause I know city police ride around now, I think it's a code that they have to have the blue lights on all the time. Okay, that was sort of disturbing some of the drivers, speeders. 'Cause I came the other day, it's like a Charger, a Challenger. He came down through that like he was on the speedway. You know, they don't respect just I know we got a school zone, school zone, but they don't respect that 25 miles an hour.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Man, I'm running out of power here. I can barely read this. Any matter that has not been dealt with properly and is explained illegally or not lawfully may be a matter that is considered old by the council, but it's a matter that may have never been rectified or addressed properly to a citizen after they were lied to for months, and only through continued work by the citizen holding the city and attorney accountable for their lies, but still not getting that information requested. I've heard the same problems being discussed year after year here, such as the rat problem of neighbors of waste management. When these old issues about waste management are brought to your attention, did I just run out of power? Sorry. Do you simply tell the residents that is old news? Kick rocks? I guess maybe you do, because the last citizen who complained here publicly did not get that call back they were promised. And even though they were disabled, they had to trouble themselves to come into this space to hold you accountable and get that call back they were promised. I get retorts by the council about what I say on occasion, but never answers to my actual questions I ask. This city needs leaders who work when it's not convenient, leaders that understand that while holidays happen, the city government does not stand still or stop. City leaders who find time to hold meetings when it's not convenient. But the citizens here seem to be an inconvenience for this council. 55 days. That's how many days are left in this year, yet this body has deemed one more meeting should suffice over a total of 55 days to govern this city and be transparent to its citizens. If it would have been continued to be read, that would have been read in the Robert's Rules of Orders. So the chair continues to make up own rules and enforce those rules. You can roll your eyes, that's fine. Because it happened. Everybody here saw it. And it's on YouTube. Trying to kick me out for rules that are made up. Yeah, that's right. You did. And meanwhile, not even enforcing your own rules. It's a disgrace. And it's a shame
Thank you.
that I have to continue to come here and hold you accountable. For the last month, I was not able, and I did not like that because I like to come here. Oh, actually, I don't like to come here at all. I sweat as soon as I enter this building because, well, you know, you've gotten emails about it, and maybe the citizens don't know, but you know why. So it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace to the city. It's a disgrace to these citizens. We're going to be here probably till like 10 o'clock tonight because we got to cram everything for 30 days into a couple hours. Same thing's going to happen in December, where we're supposed to have 2 meetings. Says so in the charter, but we've chosen to have 1. You're supposed to be docked 10% when you break rules up here of the order or when you don't show up for a meeting.
Thank you. Is it Miss Houghton? Hilton? Oh.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and council members. The last time I was here, I was seeking approval, zoning approval for our school, and I am so grateful that we received that approval because now our facility is licensed. And since then, we started a new initiative to provide free emergency childcare to unemployed and low-income families. And we have seen such an outcry for it. Most of the families that come in are either displaced, looking for an employment in the process. These are good people, people that have ambition, but have been impacted by the economy and the housing crisis. And also mothers that have recently given birth and are trying to get back to work. They're single mothers, and so they do not have the support, financial support, or family members that are able to provide care. And so we open our doors up to provide free care. We're volunteer-based, and we're seeking assistance, some type of support that would help us to continue to provide these free services. 11 Alive News found out about us, and they featured us as an answer to exorbitant childcare prices. And so we desire to be not just an affordable, but a free resource. And since some of the families have begun coming to our program, mothers have been able to obtain work, and we have been able to even connect mothers to other business owners that we know that need assistance in their businesses, need employers or employees. And so we desire to aid as many families as we can, not to keep them where they are, but to help them become contributing members of society. And so we formulated the program to do just that. So they utilize our services when they're going for job interviews, during their orientation processes, even if they need to go to the doctor or just different things. They let us know, they provide proof of this, proof of income, and so that we can help those that truly need the help. And even when they begin their jobs, we even extend our free services for them for a certain amount of period until they get on their feet and are able to find affordable healthcare. So we're seeking support so that we can continue to help the members of Forest Park.
Thank you. Ms. Banks?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the councilman. I'm LaShawna Banks. I'm gonna be quick. I just have a couple of concerns. Not necessarily concern, just want to let you be aware. I live on a street that the shooting happened yesterday. Well, I live on the main street, which is Watts Road. It's a lot of speeding is so terrible on that street. You do have a sign up, so I thank you for that, but they're not abiding by it. I think it's 25 miles an hour. I live right on the corner of Watts and Ridgewood. two people have gotten hit in front of my door. I only been there like 2 years, so I just want to bring that to y'all attention. The police was right at that street yesterday. I'm sad to hear that that was what was going on, but I was happy to see them, so maybe they can be there in the future, maybe just time to time to kind of catch the speeders. And right there at the end of that street also is the bus stop. So when the bus come in the morning and pick up the kids, they have to really put on brakes because they come over that hill very fast. And the next one is right at the light at Forest Avenue and Watts Road. I think it should be a turning light. That would help some of the speeding also. And there have been a couple of crashes right there. Those two are my main concerns.
Okay,
And thank you.
thank you. Okay, the adoption of tonight's agenda, and there is something that we're going to add, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor, based on the previous discussion, a motion would be in order to adopt the agenda with the following addition, which is a council directive to staff to explore the recommendations from the diversity, equity, and inclusion presentations.
Say that last part again, directive to staff to,
Explore the recommendations from the DEI presentations.
okay. Is there a motion to amend tonight's agenda to add the council directive to staff to explore the recommendations from the presentation by Chief Clemens? I'm gonna do them in two different motions. So is there a motion on that item?
So moved.
That was Councilperson Mears. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any further discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilman Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilperson Mears?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to amend the agenda to add a directive to staff to explore the recommendations from the DEI presentation on the Leaf Life? Yeah, we just did hers.
Okay.
So move.
That was you. Council,
So moved.
Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
A second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? All right, Councilwoman James,
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine,
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes. Has everyone had the opportunity to review the minutes from October 16th and the both of the October 30th public hearings? And are there any changes to be recommended?
Nope.
Not hearing any. Is there a motion to group said minutes together and approve as is?
So move.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilperson Mears. Any further discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call. Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council approval of a resolution confirming the nomination of John Wiggins as our finance director. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilperson Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council approval of the purchase of the tools for Quint One fire truck in the amount of $38,000. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Moved.
That was Councilwoman James and
Second.
second by Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the purchase of 85 rescue jackets in the amount of $20,072.23?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James,
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council approval of an ordinance to establish municipal court as a department of the city. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilperson Mears. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James,
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council approval of an ordinance to update the city's public records ordinance. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Is there a second? That was Councilperson Gutierrez. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells,
Yes.
and Councilman Mears.
Yes.
Thank you. Council approval of the operational and performance audit. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilman Antoine. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James,
No.
Councilperson Antoine,
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez, Councilwoman Wells.
Yes, I don't think Councilwoman James understood.
No, I understand.
No, she.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I thought she was asking for questions. Okay, yes.
Yes, and Councilperson Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Council approval of a resolution to name members of the beautification committee. And do we need to restate the names for the added names during the
For
work session?
clarity, to state all 6 names.
Okay, it was Miss Kwan, Rhea. I know Miss Ann Keith, Miss Lois Wright, Miss LaShawn Boykin, Miss Sparkle Adams, and Mr. Billy Lewis. So is there a motion to approve those members to the beautification committee?
So moved.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Councilwoman James. Any further discussion?
No, man.
All right, Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval requesting to resolve the management analyst position in the police department. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council approval of a resolution to provide leave eligibility after 3 months of employment. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilman Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council discussion and approval for the lighting addition agreement. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilperson Mears. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Chief, can you fix the former mayor's portrait? It just tipped over. I just want to make sure.
Okay, I'm calling for the vote. Councilwoman James.
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine.
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez. Councilwoman Wells.
Yes.
And Councilperson Mears.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Council approval for the Perkins Park basketball court remodel. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Is there a second?
Madam
That was Councilwoman Wells. Any further discussion? Council,
Madam Mayor, do we need to clarify this, that you're approving, as far as the basketball court, that, not to exceed amount since we don't have a contract yet?
And it's 2-part. The first part is the fence company, and the second part is us identifying a company that would come in and do the work.
so we need to withdraw that motion and then restate it into 2 separate motions?
I'm just asking the
Yes.
question because yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't remember who made the motion.
I did.
Oh, so can you withdraw that motion?
I
please,
do.
so we can restate it. Okay, that was withdrawn. So restate the first motion for me, please.
So the first would be, a motion would be in order to approve the, I guess, the renovation of the basketball court in an amount not to exceed, and it was a 65,000. I think.
It was 65,000, Mr. Watley, or Mr. Bobby, 65,000.
So
So moved.
All right, that was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
I second.
That was Councilperson Antoine. And any more discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
So I have a point over there.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm trying to understand is this gonna be for all the parts or we just putting a certain amount on this part?
This is for Perkins Park specifically.
Right, so I would suggest that we table it because you don't know how much the other companies may bid. If it's more, then that means it's not gonna get approved. So that was what that company did, but if it's $10 more, then it cannot be approved because we voted to not exceed that amount, if that makes sense. So I would just vote to table, I mean, I don't know how we would process it, but I don't wanna say not to exceed and then we can't find a company to do it at that fair.
So there are two ways to address that. The first way is if the deviation is within the city manager's, the $10,000 discretion, he could proceed under that authority. Or depending on the circumstances, it could always be brought back to approve the additional amount. So there are two ways to do that. But to your point, if you just want to direct the staff to go back and get those bids and bring it back to another council meeting, that's fine as well.
That's what I would like, because I don't want to just put that price on that park and then somebody come with something that's $125,000. So I want it to make sense.
But we still can move forward. I'm sorry. Mayor.
We have the motion on the floor. So this is about the basketball court or the fencing? This is about the basketball court that you're referencing. Okay, so we currently have the motion on the floor. So unless, I think Councilwoman James made the motion willing to withdraw, we'll have to go through with this motion and see if someone will recall it.
Well, I say keep the motion as is. If it sees it, it can always come back to the council.
Okay, is it gonna be like that for every part? It's going not to exceed 65,000?
The second piece, the fencing,
No, I'm not talking about the fencing. I'm talking about, is it gonna be that price for every park? So nothing to exceed 65,000. That's what I'm saying. It need to make sense to me.
The only reason in this case it was 65,000 is because that was what that original bid was for. So that in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Manager, but in my mind, it does not pertain to the other parks. That would be dealt with separately.
Right, because right now the other parks is only 50,000.
No, that's not what the other parts are, because we have capital outlay money that we can use towards parks as well.
Okay, I got you.
So your vote?
No.
Okay, Councilperson Mears, your vote?
Yeah.
Okay. So then the second motion would be on the fencing. So is there a motion to approve the Perkins Park fencing for $10,188?
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes.
Thank you. Council approval of a secondary internet provider agreement. Is there a motion on this item? To approve
Yes.
this item. That was
Yes, see,
Councilperson
they will-
Antoine, and there was a second by Councilperson Gutierrez. Any further discussion?
No.
All right, Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears.
Ma'am.
Council approval of a budget adjustment, increased revenue and park improvements. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
And that was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Is there any other discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez? And Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Council approval of the police department requesting a budget amendment to add 2 police officers and to delete 1 police analyst position. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
That was Councilwoman Wells. Is there a second? That was Councilperson Gutierrez. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilperson Mears. Okay. Is there a motion to approve directives to staff to explore the recommendation presented from the DEI presentation by Chief Clemens?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second? That was Councilperson Gutierrez. Any other discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve staff directives? Is there a motion to approve the direction of staff to explore the recommendations set forth from the DEI presentation on the Leaf Life?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilperson Antoine. Any further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Yes.
Councilperson Antoine?
Yes.
Councilperson Gutierrez? Councilwoman Wells?
Yes.
And Councilman Mears?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Closing comments by the governing body. Councilwoman James, you have the floor.
Okay, yes, so I wanted to make a couple of comments on the comprehensive plan. Let me see if I can go back to it. On the report of accomplishments, I see that we have a lot of things that's underway. But one of the things that is canceled, and let me see if I can find it here. It's the development of a parking deck underground. And it says it's based on the 2021 LCI study update. Bottom line, I guess we're gonna try to explore that being a private partner-led mixed-use development. That's where we're going with that. So that's not something that because I think that was part of the whole new thing that we were building.
Yes, ma'am. I'll talk to you offline and get some more history on that, just to make sure it aligns, and get with our planning and community development department just to see what that standard is.
So with the comprehensive plan, since it's going to be canceled, that means it's not going to be a part of the 5-year process.
If you don't mind, Councilwoman James, what page are you on in the book?
Page 231.
I'm
PW
assuming since
5.
no one that's been in the city for a number of years is commenting that this plan is just not underway. Because I haven't heard any talks about an underground parking lot for anything since I've been here, Ms. James.
Thank you. So, but the reason I'm bringing that up is because I know that even, so does this is that my phone? Is that for me? That's not my phone, is it? The comprehensive plan, is it just Main Street? This comprehensive plan, or this comprehensive plan is citywide?
This comprehensive plan is citywide. One of the requirements when you're updating your comprehensive plan is that you develop the short-term work program.
So before you go into that, since it is citywide, I thought that underground parking was something that you were proposing also for here and across.
So based upon the topography, even though technically it will be underground, that parking is not underground, correct? For the city center that we're proposing. It's somewhat, but it's based upon topography. It ends up being street level. Maybe that's what I'm getting at. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay, so it's completely different.
It looks underground, but it's not underground.
Okay, got you. Okay. Let me see what my other question was. As far as like the broadband, I know, as far as the map is concerned, it said we're well served, but I'm wondering, do we have any, say so on like the airplanes and the interruptions that we get with broadband in the airplanes or whatever? Is that something that we can look into, or that's something that, how can we handle that? I guess the question is.
Great question. So one of the key metrics that the Atlanta Regional Commission is presenting with this is the access to federal dollars that have been identified for enhancing and improving broadband in communities such as Forest Park. There's a map inside this comprehensive plan that illustrates some areas in Forest Park that have no access to broadband. There are also some of the issues that we're having with internet connectivity across the city. We believe some of it could potentially be related to broadband, but this is just a focus as you plan out 5 to 10 years that the city needs to take this serious in ensuring that these fractions of our city that don't have access to good broadband, we implement strategy to ensure that they do have access to broadband. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, okay. And the other piece of it, Mr. Clark, I bought this just for you. Mr. Clark, I spoke with Mr. Clark and he said he's never seen a Star Park master plan.
Bam, baby.
Bam, I got it right here. I want to make sure you get it.
You'll be happy to know, Councilwoman James. So in the presentation tonight, that our architects will show you, I do know where some of that information came from, because it was actually phased into Star Park. However, in their work with me, they had only showed me the part around the park. But in the presentation tonight, it is incorporated. It was just a phased approach. So they were tricking me.
Okay, okay. So as far as the comprehensive plan as it relates to Star Park, is there anything in the presentation that was not presented to us that we approved before?
So your
That's my question.
comprehensive plan is in place to serve as a guide,
Mhm.
not a direct document that says you have to do this. This plan is a guide to guide our zoning decisions, our land use decisions, as well as to chart the course based upon this state standard, it's actually a federal standard, that we work towards identifying what said plan should be, and this is how we report out what we've done. So it's more granular, if that. It's not, you don't have. to.
On the order, is this a question to answer or is this closing comments? Because I know we did cram everything into one meeting because y'all wanted to cancel the other meetings. That don't mean we want to be here all night for a question to answer. So I'm just trying to see, is that okay, Mike? This supposed to be closing comments?
It's the discretion of the presiding officer to what extent you allow this to go.
Yes, and based on you made the question about during the public hearing, and I did say you could ask your questions during your closing comments.
Yes, it is. But, okay, so basically, I just want to make sure that the Star Park master plan that we approved, this council approved, the items are in there. And so we want to make sure we revisit that. So that's that, okay? So again, thank you all for coming out. Thank you for being with us this evening. I want to remind everyone that I have my ward meeting every third Thursday of the month, and this particular ward meeting will be on not this Thursday, but next Thursday. I will be serving dinner. For those of you that can make it out, we'll be at 696 Main Street, and it starts at 5 o'clock. Also, what else do I have here? I think that's all I have. So thank you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. Oh, it's good to see you, Miss Ford. I hadn't seen you in a while. I called you. I've been thinking about you. But it's good to see you all. You all have a wonderful Thanksgiving break, and we'll see you next month.
Councilperson Antoine.
So we had a great block party. Shout out to Director Walker and his staff. I want to give a shout out to the event that we did in terms of sickle cell. Sickle cell is so it's just another level of disease that I did not know about. So thank you guys for those that came and helped put it together. Shout out to the new staff members. Welcome to the All-Star team and the beautification committee. God bless you guys. I'll see y'all later.
Councilperson Gutierrez.
We made it, y'all. So I'm exhausted. I have to agree with that public comment from the guy in the camo. Yeah, these are pretty long. So I just want to acknowledge the people that came up for the public comments. We're going to be looking into your speed monitors. Mr. Frank, I don't want to butcher your last name, but I will be inquiring about how you were treated. To me, you know, we treat our employees well. We try to provide the best work environment, but in return, they have to treat our stakeholders, the people, you know, in the most respectful way possible. And our customer service is something that I always pride ourselves about, and I always brag about how good we treat our people. So we're going to inquire about how you were treated, because that didn't sound right. But, you know, there's always two sides, but you've always treated me with respect anytime I've spoken to you. So thank you for that public comment. We have a few events coming up. We got Veterans Day coming up. The mayor's throwing down on Friday a Veterans Day event. I will be there. And we also have the Day of the Dead event. At the end of the day, we'll be watching a movie in Star Park, and also recognizing our Forest Park Panthers. Our middle school has never gone undefeated. I'm just really proud of our boys that really stuck through and showed resilience. These are our community, and these are our children. And they, in sixth grade, these eighth graders went 0-6. Last year they went 1-5, and then this year they won all 6 of their games, and then they won one of the playoffs games, and then they lost in the semifinal. But they lost with a lot of pride. So I'm just really excited for that because hopefully these 8th graders stick around and go to our high school. I really want us to have that Panther pride and that pride in high schools that you see in other communities that really revolve around the sports and our youth and in our schools. So that's something that, you know, I hope that's one of my visions for my next 4 years as an elected official. Tomorrow is election day. I know there's some things to vote on. Lucky for y'all, nobody ran against me, so I'll be up here saying my corny jokes and having to put up with the mayor next to me. So that's that for me. Please reach out if y'all need anything. I'm sorry I didn't wear pants today. I wore shorts because I decided I was young and got a tattoo on my leg and it really hurts. But yeah, but that's all for me.
Oh my God.
Too much information.
Yes. So first I wanted to respond, but he's gone. He's always gone when I want to respond. That Mr. Parker. So a lot of the things that he said, I do agree with. Things tend to get brushed up under the rug. People tend to get treated some type of way because of how we feel about them personally, which is not fair. I just believe in respecting our residents. I actually just talked to Mr. Clark today about a developer that disrespected one of our residents. I don't feel like he should be able to do business in the city. And I'm not going to agree with nobody up here disrespecting our residents either, because at the end of the day, they're our bosses. And whether you like them or not, or like what they say personally, they're our bosses and we work for them. So, Mayor, I didn't agree with you going back and forth and the head nodding and rolling eyes. If it was me, I'd be called out on it. So I'm calling it out too.
That's true.
So yeah, I don't agree with that.
Fair enough.
And two, about waste management. I'm tired of talking about it. I know the residents are tired of talking about it. It's not just, and I appreciate you, Mr. Clark, for, pushing some things along the way. But again, it's just a Band-Aid to cover up some things. Like, we really need to work to get this dump out of our community. And the speeding on West Street, Mr. Gooden, I don't know if he's still here, but again, this is the second time he's come to the meetings. I've been talking about this for years. I don't understand why we have cameras on Ash Street and kids are not even walking to school, but yet it's okay. And we just sit back and let the cars speed up and down West Street. We know about it. We've been hearing about it. Do something about it. We can put speed bumps out there. It's happening. We know it's happening, and it's for the safety of our kids. So I don't even think that should be negotiable. And I will say about this park thing, because I'm really getting frustrated, and I can't even use the words I want to use. No, don't thank me. I can't use the words I want to use, but I wish people put their personal feelings to the side. If you don't come to this side of the tracks and you don't know what goes on or what this park looks like, and you're wondering, you didn't do nothing about somebody that had people coming in pretending to do the work and admitted to taking briberies for them. But you want to get up here and question about work that actually needs to be done and put a pause on the cost for one part. So I just want y'all to pay attention to the pattern and make sure the same thing is done when it's each of y'all's part. Because if I'm not mistaken, Ward 4 is the only 2 parks that have basketball courts. So no, you're not going to get a whole court demolished for $10,000 or for $60,000. It's going to be more. Whether you all want to put that much effort in your communities or in your parks, that's on you. But it just shows to me the people that are really for the community and the people that are not. People put on well and pretend well. So I want to put that out there. And yeah, if it costs more, I will be coming back, and I will be asking Mr. Jeter to do what he needs to do to make sure we get qualified people to come in and get the work done, so our parks and our pocket in our communities can look just as good as Star Park. So yeah, that kind of teed me off a little bit because I know it's personal. And again, just pay attention to the pattern. And yeah, I think that's it. And the officers. Mr. Gooden said something about the officers, and I appreciate you, Chief Chris, for speaking to him, because I know that's probably what y'all was speaking about. It would be good to see our officers in the morning when the kids are being dropped off, as well as in the afternoon when school is let out. So I know you'll do what you need to do. So thank you so much. Thank you, City Manager Clark, for everything that you do, everything that you plan on doing, for giving Mr. Ross the first key to the city. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure he does as well. I know it's been a long meeting, but I did not vote to have one meeting. I would not vote to have one meeting because this is a lot on not just us, but on you all. And we get paid to do 2 meetings a month. So you all take care. Have a good night.
Councilperson Mears.
We'll make it short and sweet. I appreciate everybody coming, our new employees, and how the city is all coming together and trying to work. And I appreciate you coming. This is where your business is at, and you need to be here to see the action. Talk to you later. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so I always joke with Councilwoman Wells that whenever she pulls me to the carpet, that it's always an interesting day because she does always get pulled to the carpet. And I did roll my eyes at Mr. Parker, and it just really got under my skin today. And that is very unbecoming of me. But let me just say, this whole concept of us only having one meeting is a misnomer. If you look at the charter, it does say we have to have 2 meetings. And if you think about it, we technically have 4. We have our work session and our regular meeting. And then we have another work session and a regular meeting during the second meeting, during the 3rd Monday of the month. So that is a total misnomer. And and so that narrative just needs to just stop. But the decision that the council made to cancel the 2nd meeting for November and December, anytime if there's a pressing issue, then as we do with at any other time or juncture, we will have a special call meeting. And then when you want to talk about the 10% that we are to be docked for missing a meeting, that is if you're consecutively missing a meeting on an individual basis without a justification. So that is not happening here. And so just because it's continuously being said does not make it true. It is spelled out very clearly in our charter. And if there's anything that we are doing that is against the charter, then our city manager, our city attorney will pull us to the carpet and make sure that that does not happen. So with that said, we do have our Veterans Day program. I'm glad you reminded me because I totally forgot. That is this Friday. November 16th is our is the turkey giveaway with Bulldog Insurance. And I believe that's from 10 to 12. And it's on a first come, first serve basis. It's November 16th. Yeah. And I think that is it for now. So is there a motion to recess and enter into executive session?
So move.
That was Councilwoman James.
I just want to congratulate Elder Cook in the house right here from the Rock Church. If y'all missed it, he got promoted.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
That was Councilperson Mears. Any further, all in favor? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn the executive session and reconvene into our regular meeting?
So moved.
That's Councilwoman James, there a second? That's Councilperson Antoine. And all in favor? All right, thank you. So we don't have nothing to vote on out. Presentations that we need to.
The executive officers is presenting to you tonight our final overview of some projects, and we're just soliciting input from the governing body as we share what we've done thus far. We have our architects from Precision here with us, and we look forward to this being an open session. We will do this in phases because we know the meeting has been a little lengthy tonight. We'll do this in phases and go through it and then submit it out externally for you guys to provide any additional comments that you may have.
So, Madam Mayor, just to be consistent with previous practices of the council, the motion would be in order to amend the agenda to receive these presentations.
So moved.
That's Councilwoman James, is there a second?
Second.
That's Councilperson Antoine, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. So who's up?
All right, so I'll turn it over to our wonderful capital projects manager, Mr. Shelby, to go through high level and then introduce our architects to go through the presentation.
Director Shelby.
Hector, please.
Love that guy.
Madam Mayor and City Council, we have 3 projects that we wanted to present to you this evening. One is the Rite Aid building that we've been working on, not only internally with the city, but also with the Clayton County. And they've been a good partner in this project. I think you'll be thoroughly surprised at what you're going to see tonight. And the other project is City Center that we've been working with Precision on that project. And the other one is Star Park. And all three projects are projects that we've been talking about for quite some time. We've made some changes to the City Center. I think you're going to be surprised about that. I'm very excited about it. And also about the changes that we've made to Star Park as well. So at this time, I'd like to invite Oscar Herrera, and he's going to talk to you about Star Park. And he's with Croft. And you have his presentation, right? And give him, it's okay, he can give you that.
Yes.
And Councilman James, while we're waiting for that to be pulled up, well, there it is. I'm just going to answer some of the questions that you had earlier today.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At the beginning of October, we had our initial meeting with the city manager and Mr. James to discuss the current state of Star Park as it relates to the single bid that was submitted and the amount that was presented. As a result of that bid, what was decided is to break out sections of the park that were originally done under phase 1. As it was mentioned, the park was split into 2 phases towards the middle of 2022, where we had the front part as phase 1 and the sports section as phase 2. Now we're discussing having a 3rd phase where we'll be relocating what was the active portion of the park under phase 1. If you can go to the next slide. So this is phase 1 of Star Park. As you can see on the lower portion of the park, that property before, what we had in there was all the activities, or at least the sports or active portions of the park. We had a soccer field, we had tennis, basketball courts, volleyball, and a skate park. And we also had a building with storage and also with restrooms. With this change, what we're doing is we're relocating the amphitheater and placing it in that property with some restrooms along the back. And then what that does to the main portion of the park, it allows us to increase the size of the walking trail. The original walk trail was a third of a mile. The outer loop will give us a half a mile. Actually, it's 0.6 of a mile, a little bit more. And that's pretty much the extent of the changes that are being proposed.
I'm sorry, can you tell me, I'm trying to gauge the streets. Is that the current park where it is now and the park across the street where we have the soccer field? That's
Correct.
correct. Okay. Okay.
And I want to mention that that's not all of phase one. Phase one is also going to include 3 acres of property that we're in discussions with Clayton County at the moment to acquire. And all those activities that Mr. Herrera talked about will be moved to that area. And then back to your question about the Star Park Master Plan, all those elements that are in that plan were incorporated into this plan, including the soccer fields and the tennis courts and all the other elements that was included in that plan.
If you can go back to the the first image. So if you look on the left-hand side, that's the new property that the city's trying to acquire. That would be the goal, to relocate that active portion of Star Park Phase 1 that will no longer be in that adjacent property.
One of the reasons that we're moving the amphitheater to the other location is that it allows an opportunity to enterprise the stadium. We can fence it in and we can hold concerts more easily there than we could in an open space, because we can fence this area off as an enterprise to the city.
Can you point out Hines Ward Pass? Is that Hines Ward Pass? Right.
Yeah, between that baseball field and yeah, that's it right there. That's Hines.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Where's Kiwanis Stadium at?
I'm trying to gauge.
Kiwanis Stadium is there. Right there with
It's moving towards the middle.
yeah, right there with the arrow is.
Okay.
Wait, so that's Kiwanis Stadium? Okay, Kiwanis Stadium would be there, but you're gonna do the football field there.
Yes, it'll be moved.
So baseball field would be where Kiwanis is at now.
Yes, sir. But that's in phase 2. Just want to make that clear. Okay.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. It seems like I don't know. I'm confused.
So
I mean, I understand I understand all of what you have in there, but I just don't understand where it fits on the street. Like, okay, so,
Let's go from Hines Ward.
from Hines Ward, okay.
So go to Hines Ward, then go back to the other picture.
We don't have a laser? We don't have a laser maybe to help him when he's talking, or maybe just point the.
I'll point it out.
Whatever he's saying.
All right, so this is the existing Star Park, right? This is the existing park. If you're looking at this park, let's just say you're standing on the side, right behind Rite Aid. The amphitheater is currently right at this park, right? This road here, this is the Star Park, right?
Okay.
Mr. Clark, if you'll show them whether it's the existing swimming pool, maybe that'll orientate you. It's right there.
Oh. Hines Ward. Hines Ward Pass.
That your current baseball field are in this area. I think what's throwing you is that based upon phase 2, now you have that guidance that my first time seeing this, They're proposing to move the football field from over here
Okay,
to in the middle of this park. This property is in the south.
right, got you, okay. Okay, okay,
If that makes sense. I don't know the name of that road either.
yeah,
It's South Avenue.
okay.
Where's the skate park at?
It's in there within that program.
Within the 3 acres.
I have a problem. The only thing I have a problem with is that those soccer fields, which are the most used, I think it's like things we have there at the park, just always for a kid, are contingent of the county approving it. I mean, I was in that conversation. It looked like it's gonna happen, but it seemed very positive, but let's say for any type of reason it doesn't, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 baseball fields, and you have no soccer fields. That's just like a problem. Cause then we're also going down from 2 soccer fields to 1 soccer field. But
The county does not approve giving us that property. And of course, we will have to rework.
The amphitheater going here is contingent upon this happening. And as stated on that call, the county should be looking to ratify this item in December of this year. But they don't use the field anyway.
Now,
So with the soccer field,
Purpose field.
multipurpose field, okay. Will it be like we kind of how we have it now where we can have multiple games at the same time? So we have,
It's actually
okay,
the same size that it would have been on the
gotcha,
the
Okay.
adjacent property to Star Park.
okay. Okay,
I ain't even got the energy.
all righty.
Anything else?
yeah, so the soccer field on this side will be a multi-purpose field. Can the football field be a multi-purpose field also?
I don't know why it couldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you need to do is just add the goals, okay.
But I don't know, depending on the material that you use for the football field would determine how open you allow that to be.
Will we
Couldn't
be able to get a
grass.
copy of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It would have to be turf or something, cause it wouldn't.
If that field will still be named Kiwanis Field?
We haven't even got down to that level of detail. This is just pure concept.
It should be, because that's the part of Forest Park. District.
Kiwanis.
Yeah, that don't need to change.
Is there anything further?
And so the biggest things we want to identify, this amphitheater going here, this multipurpose, and everything else is practically the same, aside from, instead of the track going here, it goes, you have more room to walk. And then at this pool center, at this pool here, there is an event space. I'm sorry, 2 rooms over here for individuals to use.
so it still has all the other amenities that we were talking about, the splash pad, I know Mr.
No,
Clark
ma'am.
said.
One of the
No
things that we're
splash pad.
recommending is removing the splash pad from this project based upon recommendations from our architect, as well as just reviewing different experiences that other jurisdictions have had when they've done splash pads.
Okay, so that's another conversation that we'll probably have to have, because that was something that the residents voted on.
Well, maybe we should do another thing. I mean, because we have, I mean, I know we voted on certain stuff, but things are subject to change. And this is just change. And, you know, I trust that Mr. Clark, we trust him with everything else. You know, I trust him that he's making the right decision as far as the splash pad. So if he suggests, or our engineers or whoever, architects, feel like it's not needed, then let's just move forward. Like, we've been waiting on this
There you go.
for a long
Got
time.
it.
So every little thing that was there previously don't have to be, like, it's okay.
Got it.
So, and part of this, where we're at right now, is because it came in grossly over budget, like significantly over budget. And so what they're having to do now is scale back significantly so that we can really make this, bring this project to fruition here. And there's certain items, and maybe that needs to be part of the discussion, what was initially desired versus what we're getting now, having like some sort of an outline as to what those items are, so that there is no confusion or expectation of what we originally said versus what we're going to actually get.
Absolutely.
And we'll present it at our next meeting because we come to it, but the mayor is right. We had to value engineer it because it was just way too expensive.
And I guess the parking has been taken into consideration, because I know that's like an issue now, and I don't see
So-
like, is any more space allotted to that?
One of the things you won't see on here, the city center will be right here. It's just a different architect doing the city center. And so all of this parking here gets improved, as well as in the city center, there's 100+ parking spaces in that ground floor. So you would essentially park right here and be able to walk right here.
So I know one of the things too that was discussed was making not, excuse me, not having a part that's like separated, like a piece here and a piece here, just kind of putting things together. And part of that was Hines Ward Pass. There was some, and I'll show you the drawings that I have, but there was some type of greenery or whatever that meshed Hines Ward Pass together with the park to make it like a whole unit, so that if you needed to cut it off for an event or whatever, it worked. And it just didn't look like it was just a road. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, some Vistro lights there.
Okay. Okay.
All right, is there anything further?
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Why don't we do city center? That way we can connect the two so they can see that. And who's gonna go? Are you gonna do? Okay, a tag team.
While they come up, Mr. Shelby, we only had one bid for this? We only had one bid for the park? How can we improve that, like expose it even more? Like, to me, it's crazy, we only had one bid.
So just to clarify, it wasn't that they didn't know, because there were upwards of 15 to 20 individuals that attended the pre-bid conference. It's just when it came down to it, there was only one company that bid. Now, some of it that drove the cost is that I believe, again, we talk about transparency, the way in which the bid was issued wasn't clear. You know, I can look and see where there are duplicate line items on there, you know, so that's driving the cost. In addition to that, a part of the exercise was, it was a wish list. It wasn't anything that was value engineered. And so what we're trying to do is make it make sense so that we can actually do the project. But that's one of the things where also we sat down through a value engineering session for about 3 hours to go through how do we delineate what these different line items are to ensure that we don't have those duplications.
That wanted to bid, for example, Hogan wanted to bid on it, but they were in the midst of the project. I think we're gonna get many more bids.
Yes, no, that's okay. I'm Liz Hudson with Precision Planning. This is Kent Snyder. We're architects with Precision Planning. Appreciate you having us here tonight, and I know you're exhausted, so we'll try to make it very quick and very high level. We're real excited about this project. It's a little different than the first time we looked at it. Programmatically, we now have the city administration, the police department, the recreation center, and then some other community space. And the fun thing about that is that we're able to integrate and share spaces between those different divisions of the city. So we'll take a look at the site. The other thing is, this puts us on a site where the city center can overlook Star Park, which is going to be beautiful. We've got, like you were told before, we've got some underground parking that's not completely underground. It's sort of a daylight basement. It's underground on one side and open on the other side. On the left side, if you want to 6.2, this is where we are proposing the police headquarters. So all three levels of the building on the left side is strictly police headquarters, which allows us to design that for security. Down the middle, we're proposing an atrium. And the big thing that we want you to consider and mull over and give us your feedback on is closing Lake Drive at that point. So what it does is it gives us an access coming from Main Street that terminates at our atrium. So this would give you really a focal point for City Center as you're coming from Main Street. Then City Center on the right side, this incorporates all of your municipal court, city administration offices, and all of the departments of the city. And then connects to the recreation department. So on 3 levels, we've got the walking track, classes, classrooms, weights. And then on the next level down, we've got courts. And then on the lower level, we've got the pool. So we've started putting some floor plans together, but please keep in mind, I know if you've had a chance to look at the floor plans, they're very preliminary. We still need to go through and meet with the departments and fine tune it. But we're excited about kind of how they're going to work together.
And Liz, while you're going there, I just want to point out that our administration would be in this bill.
Right, so this really gives us a public safety side to the facility.
A couple of other things, just kind of note from a site accessibility standpoint, we understand that that's a busy intersection. We wanted to kind of recreate a circulation path to get you from one side of the park to the other. Right now I know there are people that cut through the parking lot, and then, just trying to kind of refocus and give you a good circulation path all the way around the perimeter of the park without having to get back out on the Forest Parkway. And so one of the things that we had mentioned was the underground kind of daylight basement parking. You essentially have a 1-level parking deck that goes all the way from this entrance underneath the police administration area, all the way to this entrance underneath the recreation building. So that whole street frontage underneath that Forest Parkway is roughly 100 to 120 parking spaces.
And that would be dedicated to staff parking.
And then trying to provide enough parking for the recreation between the surface lot here, surface lot here, street front parking along Star Park here. Also kind of incorporating a drop-off area for kids, recreation department there, and then most of your parking here and on this basic piece of property.
And one thing we can interject here just for the council members, we could, if we had an event at the amphitheater, we could dedicate the parking underground for said activity because no city staff will be here anyway.
And am I seeing 2 roundabouts?
Yeah, so the intersection here, and then also
Question, is that a cutoff right there at the recreation center? Oh, you cannot get out that right, yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's right. Limit circulation through the parking lot per se. And so this, we'll have to look and see how that works with drop off area, but also trying to find a location on the site for trash, refuse, and that type of stuff. So that's one thing I think we're kind of working through is trying to nail down where the good service utility area would need to be. Right now.
Any questions or comments?
We can come back to the site.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
So we will go upper level, mid-level, and lower level, and they're color coded. The blue is police department, kind of the gold color in the middle is city center administration. got two primary lobbies in the facility. Between so there's a grand staircase there, set of elevators. The good thing about having police all in one block is that they can circulate up and down securely without having to share and connect elevators. And toward the right of the plan, there's a second lobby. And this lobby would serve economic development and planning and development, as well as the recreation department on the upper level. So you can see you're looking to the right track, walking track above the basketball courts, as well as lots of fitness equipment and classrooms.
And this would be where the councilman offices are as well.
That's right.
Quick question about because you said the staircase instead of elevators.
It's both.
Oh, okay.
That goes to the
Is there access directly from the outside to that third level, or do you have to go in the building to go upstairs?
next floor.
Okay.
So if you park in the primary area where most of the parking is, you're not parking under the building, then the main entrance to the building is right there where the laser pointer is. Come in and we've got an information desk there. So if you knew that you needed to drop off some plans for planning and development, knew you needed to meet with one of the council members, the information desk person could direct you either right there up that elevator behind the desk or to the next lobby. You could access that next lobby by way of a glass corridor that connects both sides of the building. And that's got another balcony also overlooking the park. There's a second tower there that basically accesses three levels of the recreation. The one thing we wanted to try to do was make a lot of multi-use type spaces. We've got a large open sort of banquet area that can be used for a multitude of functions. Rent it out for weddings, or it could be used for luncheons, or it could be for recreation award ceremonies. Be right there in the middle of the space.
Public Works, where they put the gas. System, where they pump gas every day.
It's not. Let me ask you.
Public Works gonna be the same place?
No. Public Works will remain. And matter of fact, we're upgrading our pumps right now. It should be done within the next 30 to 60 days, so we couldn't move them. Because we're paying, those are gonna be brand new.
He meant to say yes, he said no. He meant to say yes, but he said no.
Really gives them a very active space to have their activities. Right there where they've got walking tracks, right there where they've got court, lots of community rooms for computer classes, and got along that hallway, there are 3 different schedulable community spaces.
So let me ask you, with that open space that you were saying about, someone could have an event or what have you, is there any privacy? I don't see a separation, like if someone is trying to get to the gym, how can they get to the gym without going through that private thing?
Exactly the comment that Mr. Clark made.
Oh.
I didn't tell her that.
Okay.
High schools would be where they have the cafeteria, the commons space
Mhm.
that they use for multi. They got several different functions that go on in that space. They may have
So you can't get out of the gym without going back through the main building?
Yeah, so the goal, and this is something the Recreation Department about, but the goal is to provide a central kind of secured check-in point for the Recreation Department so that they can.
Right.
That's the idea. You would essentially come from the parking area into this fair tower, up one level, and that's your check-in.
So as described to you, we've got the north side of the plant is all underground parking, dedicated parking that we got from the recreation side. On the left side that's shaded in blue, these are secure police department functions. On the left side is a garage, evidence, large evidence storage. We've also got space for a call center there if you decide to. And then we've got a particular sally port for them. It makes the community come up to these floors. Right. This would enter right into the
A little short.
Maybe I missed it. Y'all have facilities for cooking, like they have their cooking, the soups and barbecues and things of that nature.
design the senior center in great detail yet, but we do have a warming kitchen there and the kitchen sessions.
Right. Right.
Yeah, this space right here is really what we were anticipating being session. That space.
More than likely, we'll institute a full kitchen in their area so that they never have to share it in case somebody's using the facility for another event. And so the two big things we want to hear from this: first, are we headed in the right direction? And then two, is the governing body comfortable with the notion that we're able to get all of these offices on the block with us closing down that portion of Lake Drive? And it'll just be them going around the block to get there.
Is that, so that's enough right now for our current employees that we have?
And future plan 10 years.
Just to make sure, because I know here we kind of just started getting crowded, and we have to start cutting rooms up.
And the one thing that we're looking for when we did this program in Councilman Gutierrez is how do we start enterprising our community, you know, so that for all of these various events that we're doing, you really now could have 6 council people doing 6 totally different events in one area and it not cost us a dime.
Mm-hmm. So let me speak to the closing off of the Lake Drive area. I think we really need to look at access really to the park, because what I'm looking at is the only way to get, if I live on the other side of the track, which is where I live, and I'm coming to the park, I either have to go down to the other way, but see, I can't cross over right there. You're going, I have to go all the way down. Yeah, I could go down Ash Street. But if that's congested, because let's say we do have something going on at the amphitheater, then I would have to go down by, what is that? What's the name of that street? We can't get to it from there because you can't cross over.
That's
You
Lake
have to go all
Drive.
the way down. I have to go all the way down because
Mhm.
there's no entry across there. Is there a way that we could build an entry?
We're building a pedestrian bridge, so you could park in the lot across the street and walk across the pedestrian bridge. That way, when the event is over, you don't have to worry about getting caught up in that park traffic. You just
So
walk
what
back.
parking will we have over there where the pedestrian bridge is, other than where the townhomes are gonna be?
Well, that would be some parking. I mean, you would have parking at the businesses that would be over there as well as the residences. It would just be a change of, there's no way that we can accommodate the mass of this project
Mhm.
without looking at closing down this portion, and the resident would just have to know too, it would just take one time for you to figure out how to maneuver around.
Right, no, I understand that part of it. I'm just saying, is there a way that we can cut through the medium that's in the middle of, what is that, Forest Parkway?
So you're talking about Oak Street?
It is,
Like cut through where where the council meeting,
yeah, I mean, like, is there a way that we can cut through Forest Parkway in the medium instead of having to go all the way down and around? That's all I'm saying.
Right there. Councilman.
Yeah, yes, right there.
Go straight.
I mean, we'll have to get what you got,
Yes.
get that.
Right,
If you
yeah.
could cut through.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
this
what I'm
part,
asking,
Get
yeah.
a median cut for the.
I mean, cause it's like multiple ways to go around it.
Yeah, I like it
okay.
as is.
That's
And then
something-
it's only a minor inconvenience for,
It's not even.
I mean,
inconvenient,
it's,
'cause there's
I mean,
multiple
okay,
ways of
I
getting
got
there.
you. I understand what y'all saying. It's just an idea and a thought. You know, there's no need to have a little baby.
So we just having opinions, just like you have an opinion.
Any other questions or comments? Ma'am, we're not gonna go back and forth with each other nor the residents.
So, oh, I'm sorry, we want to show you.
Right?
Yeah, we show.
This is the rendering of the previous iteration of the city center, down where, Parkers and the one. Down for Parkway.
That's nice.
Seemed like the overwhelming consensus that the style of architecture here was in the vein of what everyone looking for, so we want to kind of continue, in this general vein. We had a couple of material changes, but in terms of general architectural style.
So let me ask you, on this picture here, is that where Lake is blocked off? Can we see?
This is actually showing this image.
I think. Would be,
Yeah.
Lake would be right. Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a visual. Yeah, this looks so
And
good.
some of the things that we're asking governing body members, instead of going with the brick exclusively, we are requesting that we play around with some of our architecture to speak to the progressive architecture that we're looking for in the city. So instead of just using your contemporary brick, we're entertaining using more blacks and metals and wood, you know, just so that the building looks more timeless.
Any questions or comments?
And then we have one final one, and we'll go to
Madam Mayor and Council, we have one more presentation. And Leanne Axum is gonna presentation. There you go. You got it.
In the closing act. Yeah.
Put it on.
Everything was just a buildup to me. Okay, so as you know, we've been engaged to look at your old Rite Aid building that is just 2 blocks down. And I think we have some really exciting plans. City Manager Clark has had some great ideas, and so we're looking at the plan here. Forest Parkway would be at the top of the page. There we go. Would be at the top of the page. and then Ash Street would be over here. And so what we're talking about is maintaining the exterior of the building, okay, doing some upgrades to that. But basically, this is your existing entrance. We would be adding a small vestibule here, just to give you a little bit of a break and for mechanical reasons, so that your air is not exchanging too often. But basically, you come into this very lofty space, because we would be taking out all of the ceiling that's in here. There's just a drop ceiling like this in here now. So you would walk into this very lofty space. You have a presentation stage over here that could be used for any number of city programs or culinary programs or art programs or business presentations from different community leaders. And that would accommodate about 100 people sitting here. And then over here, you have a reception and management office area and some casual seating. And then here we have 3 food vendors, similar to a food court type situation. And these would all be long-term leasable spaces to where you would have local businesses coming in and setting up permanent residence here. And then you have a shared seating area here in the center. And then down on the end, we currently have a garden bar here for another leasable space. And then down here, we have a 5th leasable space as a coffee vendor, which if you could zoom out just a little bit, thank you. That would allow them to take advantage of the existing drive-through area. So we've got your drive-through coffee. But this coffee vendor, we've kind of expanded it into coffee bakery situation. They have a little bit of seating over here that's a little bit separated. So again, this entire space could be leasable to a vendor. And that's something you can work through in your business plan to decide, you know, where you want to draw that line. But currently we have this sort of private area over here for more quiet coffee enjoyment and relaxing.
Just to clarify, the garden bar is not a bar where we're growing items from a garden. It's actually literally a full bar with a garden theme.
Correct. And if you could zoom out a little bit again, thank you. And then along this wall here, we have 3 flexible spaces that could be used for business incubation. You might have short-term or long-term people using this area. The divider between space 2 and 3 would be operable. So if someone wanted to use a larger space, they could. And you have different setups here. You can see the different possibilities of how you might furnish these areas depending on what the need is. And then we have storage here for that type of furniture if someone is renting the space for a month or 2 months and they only need a certain amount of furniture. So we've got storage here, and then we've got an AV room back here behind your stage and screens, just for any of your presentation equipment, or you could even use that sort of as a green room if someone is going to be presenting and they want a little place to kind of sit and be quiet before they go out. You could also utilize that space for that as well. And if you could zoom out, then at the very end of the room, we have a large meeting area, which could accommodate up to about 50. And we would suggest that you have movable tables. This might be 4 long tables. And then you could arrange it either in a classroom style or boardroom style or whatever is needed for the space. And that would probably be more of a short-term than leasable space, or you could use it for community events and that type of thing. This is the current restroom area. We do need to expand the facilities a little bit, but basically that area is gonna stay the same, just with an extension. And then we still have the receiving area, which back here you would have a walk-in cooler and an ice machine that could be used by all of the vendors. Just so that they don't have to have everything in their individual spaces. And if you could zoom out again. One last area we have is right here. This is a dual kitchen incubator. So basically we have two full commercial kitchen setups for cooking here. And this would probably be more of a short-term lease situation where you might have someone who has a home business currently, but they're trying to expand and they need somewhere that they can cook large quantities and put their packaging together. And so they might rent it for a week or a day, and you kind of have a lot faster turnover in that. So our current plan would be to fully set up this area with all of the cooking equipment and sinks and everything required for your short term. And then these spaces would be more of a white box situation where you would have a vendor come in and they're going to set up the area the way they need it to be set up. They're going to provide their stove and their refrigeration and things like that in those areas, because depending on what you're cooking, you know, it's very different as to what you need. So we felt like it would be better to just leave those as white box areas. Of course, each of these would have a full-on exhaust hood here for each of the cooking spaces, as well as in the dual kitchen, there will be an exhaust hood for both of those. So I think that really gives you a lot of options. If we could go to the next slide.
Before you go to the next
Yeah,
slide, I just
sure.
want to mention that all those walls and things are movable. Whole space.
Absolutely, yes. All of this furniture in this gallery is all meant to be movable. So you can arrange your chairs and tables any way you want, depending on what event you're having in there or how you want to lease out the space. So it's very, very flexible. And so this is our exterior rendering. We tried not to do too much on the exterior. We wanted to try and keep all of our investment on the interior. So what we're recommending is basically there are several places that need to be repaired on the existing finish, but we would like to add sort of brick at the base of the columns here and here. And then this is your existing wall that would just be paint here. And then this is all painted up here, so a different color. And then we're adding a canopy here over your vestibule and blocking off this center space so that you have a very welcoming entrance, and you can kind of have maybe even a little bit of a pre-function space where people could meet and come in and have access to your handicap parking on either side then. And sorry, can we go to the next slide? And then this is sort of a representation of Mr. Clark's imagination of how exciting this space could be. So right now you are in the back, and this is the main entrance here. So you're looking at the presentation area here and your general seating in the middle. And then these are your office flex spaces back here. And then if you could go to the next slide. And this is looking back towards the garden bar. So this is the garden bar and the coffee shop back here. Have any questions?
Any questions or?
So when you think about the operating hours, is this something that's going to be open? You know,
Yeah, we
different
haven't.
hours? Haven't gotten that far.
yet.
Okay.
This is where we are, just trying to get feedback before we continue to go down this road.
There's
We want to get feedback from the governing body.
There's a lot of opportunity in this
Yeah.
space. It just depends on how you want to move forward. If you want to have a nighttime place where, you know, your main focus is entertainment and food and community gathering, you know, it's very flexible. So you could kind of change it through your growth of the city and different programs that are being involved, and sort of an extension of city center, you know, when you have some overflow or other events, you could kind of tie all that in.
So all your mechanical room, heating and cooling be on the roof.
Yes, sir.
Take any space out of the interior.
Correct. There is a small, currently in the back here. Let's see, in receiving, there is an existing stairway here that goes up to a mezzanine, which currently, has the water heater and things like that. That part would be interior, but it would be up there and away and not taking up any of your floor space. And then we would have rooftop units and makeup air units on the roof.
And one of the things also to that point, when we bid this, based upon some of the feedback from mayor and council, we would seek to have an alternative so that if the city wants to do a rooftop on top of this facility and look out over amphitheater, you can do so. It would cost more because then you would have to figure out what you would do with the mechanicals. But just as an alternate option, if there was any, the cost right now, we're looking at approximately close to $4 million for all of this. And of course, because this is an incubator space, as we shared in the beginning, we're in discussion with county relative to how do we activate this incubator for the city of Forest Park, allowing opportunities for those individuals that are just good cooks, you know, and also some signature restaurants to come inside the space, if I'm saying it right.
Absolutely. I think you know, the mix of having that incubator as well as some full-time food vendors is going to allow you to use this space, you know, a lot more often and just be a lot more active within the community. Hopefully it will become a very good gathering place for people, either at lunchtime or in the evening.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby, for everything. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
All right, that's that was Councilperson Mears. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
All right.
All right, thank you. You too.
Hey, you call me council man.
Thank you. Now I know. Can I call you, what do we call?
Council members, refer to me as
I was trying.